Oh, do you want him? Oh, yeah, you can have him. Yeah. He's endemic! Oh, no! Wait, where did you die? Right here? Oh, I got a green beamer! Look at her hair. This is so... She's not wearing any shoes! I'm with it. Oh! Oh man, that's crazy! Ah, darn it. Man, I can't believe my PC made me do that. Men. That was crazy. Whoa! Man, my PC really... Am I being tracked? What is this? What is on me right now? What is on me? Anywho. What? Oh. I don't want one of those. Get it off. I don't want this. Get it off. Hey, what was I talking about, chat? Is this the one fucking gen that's done? And it's the one gen that I found? Ah! Another DC. Oh my god. Ah, exposed! This is a really good map for her power. Whoa! That was the longest scream I've ever been scrubbed. Did you guys hear that?
Thank you, lovely human.
He did not like that. He a little bit more. Ah! Oh, that smells so good. Oh, sorry. Oh, here, I'll moonwalk out for you. For 40 subs. Twerk for us? Alright, yeah. Oh, you guys can't even see me. Hold on. Hold on. I'll do better. Hold on. I hate it here. I was like, why am I getting allergic reaction right now? I was like, oh yeah. Oh, I just sneezed at your face. I'm so sorry, buddy. I'm so sorry. I know, Bobby, let go. I'm sorry. Oh no. Oh, it just came back too. Be playing? Alright, fine. Got it. But I gotta let them know that I'm gay. So I gotta put the pride flag on. There we go. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Oh. I gotta put the fingies on so they know I like to get fingered. Oh, wait. Crap. You guys didn't hear that. You didn't hear that. Is it a good sound or a bad sound? Does anyone have any, like, ass that I could eat, like, right now? I have a puppy who keeps licking my fingers. Oh, I stick my finger in your mouth. Beep, 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 beep. Where are your teeth? Where are your teeth? You don't have any teeth. Aya, please. Where are your teeth? Haggle head.
Hello.
Live.
I have a very large cat.
Oh my god. YBZ,
that's
my
typing
throat
buttons.
is actually killing me. I don't remember screaming
my
that
desk
out.
right
Oh,
now.
that's a dumpster.
Hello. 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 Very large cat. Hello. Hello. Hi, everybody. It's been a long time. I haven't streamed in a long time. Hello. Also, Red was first. Spades, not first. Spades. Mwah. Why am I awake? So my sleep schedule went from going to sleep at around noon to going to sleep at about 10 p.m. and waking up at
kiss right now?
4 a.m.
Let's go.
My sleep schedule's messed up. Wait, why is everyone's stream broken? Oh my god, I've dropped like a lot of frames though. Hella frames be dropped, my guys. Frames are stopped dropping. They've stopped dropping and they're rolling, so we're good. Gore Gremlin. Gore with the 3-month resub. Also, the very first sub for the Hype Challenge. So thank you very much, my little gremlin. Thank you so much for the resub.
Are we about to kiss right now?
And another one!
Guacamole. It's been a long time. 25 months to be exact.
Oh
Let's
my
get
god.
this hype train party thing
Now my
started.
cat's coming back.
Here's to many more months. I love you lots.
25 months. Guacamole! Holy shit, guys. Do you see that? My cat just tripped. Holy shoot, in a boots! Oh my gosh. Cloud, thank you for the 25-month resub. YBZ, thank you for the tier 3 resub. Huh? Hello? Good morning, Cribbed. Good morning, everybody. What time is it? Oh, it's noon. It's noon. 64 inches. Oh my god. Hi, everybody. Hi, Hanapana. Oh my god. Hi, Good Gremlin. Hi, Raven. Raven, is it good now? Because my Twitch, I haven't dropped frames since, but I have dropped 3,800 frames, so, I hope. 3 inches! Oh. Hi, Darth Cack. Don't lie to me. You live in Mountain Time? Guten Tag. Guess who punched their desk last night? Why would you punch your desk? Why you do this? Why you do this? It was at least my desk and not my monitor. What? Wait, so you like, oh, an accident. Oh no, but do you love your VR though? What have you played with your VR set so far? Also, I am so excited to drink my new G Fuel today. Well, not new G Fuel, but a new flavor today. I'm gonna mix. Okay, honey bunny. He's so cute. I can't. I'm gonna mix the blue slushy and the red slushy. So the cherry slushy and the blue raspberry slushy together. Okay, I'm so sorry. Bunny, I'm sorry. Bunny. Oh my god. Move! Sorry, his tail was just going everywhere. Can someone tell Raw Raven I love her and I miss her? What factor meal should I eat? I don't know. Something that's got beef in it. Where's the beef? Wait, so there's like a bunch of people that can't load stream. Is it me? Is it my end? Wait. How many of y'all can't see stream? Wait. Just buffering at the start. Okay, so there was buffering on my end, but I don't know if there's still buffering. Oh. I love that command so much. Oh, shoot. I'm so sorry, chat. Well, Amazon servers are down. Well, I'm really glad that I started stream right now. Tee-hee-hee. Hey, you know what? You know what? I'm happy to be live regardless, all right? You know what? At least I made it here, okay? I made it. We're live. Oh. I just realized how much of my blue bomber slushie I don't have left. Oh my god, so many of you guys can't see stream. So I'm just gonna leave. I'm just talking to myself and like the 3 people that can see stream. Hi, people that can see stream. Hey, hi, YBZ! I feel so bad. Ugh. Hey, I just brushed my teeth, so this is gonna taste really good. It's gonna taste so good. Getting a network error. So wow. Haters are gonna hate. And by haters, I mean Twitch. Alright, well, in the meantime, I'm gonna try my blue bomber slushie and cherry slushie together. Ugh. Oh my god. It tastes exactly like in the movie theaters when you mix the 2 flavors. Oh my god. Wait, so what should I do? Wait, so what should I do if nobody can watch stream? Which 2 did I do? I did blue bomber slushie and cherry slushie. Blue blommer fluffy. It just says offline screen chat. What's happening?
Are we about to kiss right now?
Eclipsed.
Well, take this anyway, 6 eyes.
Lucky we didn't panic. What am I gonna do? Should I like should I try to restart stream? Oh, okay, no. No, okay, wait. All right, so I guess a lot of you guys can see me now. Hello. Oh my god, guys, welcome to stream. We just started. Yeah, nobody touch anything. Nobody touch anything or else it'll break. Eclipse, thank you for the heckin' honkin' hootering resub, my love. Dandy, hello. Scully, hello. Eclipse, hello. How 23 months. I'm touching things like under my shout. Okay, but to be fair, Kyle, I would not expect anything different from you. Also, it says that I'm live on YouTube on my OBS, but I don't see my live on YouTube. Is it live? Because I don't see it. I do not see it at all. You recognize your brand, yeah. But not me. Because I don't see it live. It says it's live, but I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it either. Okay. Well, I'm just going to stop it then. Because if it's not live, then what's the point? Man, what is with technology, huh? I wonder if that has anything to do with, like, all of the... If that is to do with the servers or something. I don't know. Does Amazon own YouTube? I don't know. I don't know. Je ne sais pas. Yo no sé. Beat Saber is so much fun. My dad loves Beat Saber. Also, Red, thank you for updating the command, by the way. Oh, thank you for that taggy waggy. I like the cherries. Are you on your phone? I don't know if you've seen, but Maiden's Blood is so good. I did see you post in the Discord. I don't know why I didn't respond. I was probably just sad, you know, the usual. Ugh. But yeah, I'm so glad that you finally got to try Maiden's Blood. Ugh. And wait, did you get the tall boy? The internet is a series of tubes filled with cats. If they don't want to work, how to... Wait, what?
Are we about to kiss
What
right
can
now?
you do? Cats don't ever want to do anything.
Pixel. Less than 3.
You gotta wash your face. There's something about washing your face that is very, like, cathartic. Brandon! Thank you for subscribing to my YouTube channel. Hi, Panda Monster. Thank you for the 13 months. We're almost halfway to our first level, guys. Thank you so much. Zambelli, mwah. Cloud, mwah. Oh, you didn't, but you got the regular one. Hey, you know what? You still tried it. This is the this is the Five Nights at Freddy's game. Is it really exactly? I've never played Sister Location. Cloud, I think Cloud, you're the one who just got me Sister Location, right? Eclipse, moi. I can't stay long. I still have hours work. It is in the middle of the day, isn't it? Sorry. It's hard. Oh no, don't tell me that. Yeah, I'm the same way, Spades. I'm the same way. If I touch my face and I have to, like, wipe my fingers, then I'm just like, I need to wash my face. Good evening, Folka. Good evening. You got me. Sister Location is Five Nights at Freddy's 3, isn't it?
Are we about to kiss right now?
I don't remember.
Don't mind me, just
Mediocre! Mediocre, thank you for Lurky Turkey.
Are we about to kiss
And
right
Dandy! Oh my god. Thank you for the
You make
17
me
months
happy.
and then 19 months. Oh my god. Were you guys just like pocketing these
My wife told me she'll slam my head on the keyboard if I don't get off the computer. I'm not too worried. I think she's joking la spacking has.
Wait, that's actually really funny. Wait, that's actually really funny, Alex. Thanks for the TTS. Dandy, thank you so much. You guys make me happy. Also, YBZ, if you didn't hear, thank you very much for the tier 3 resub, earlier. It wasn't you? So how do I own Sister Location? Am I buying it? I don't think I bought it. Okay, well, am I playing Sister? Yeah, I have Sister Location. Who got me Sister Location? Was it me? I don't think it was me. We'll see. Even though it has nothing to do but, like, research opportunity. What kind of opportunity eclipsed? And when would it be? Is number 5. Oh, you know what? That's okay, because number 4 seems really scary, so I don't want to play number 4. So I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. And honestly, number 4 just seems really hard. And I don't like things that are hard. You know what I'm saying? Hi, Boots! Boots, mwah! I hope you're doing amazing, Angel. Number 4 is horrifying. I agree. Because it has, like, a lot of, like reliance on, like, sound. Mystic, are we surprised? Yeah, because it's so reliant on sound. Yeah, see, Cloud, I like number 3 better. So I thank you very much for that. You will like this location more. I think so too, exactly. Peapod!
Stream to work on my PS4.
Stoke.
Drinking my
No
soda
way!
fuel with a touch of
Oh, that sounds so
Maiden's Blood,
good.
and I'm ready for Freddy. Hope you're feeling better.
Let us know how
Pixel.
you feel, how you like Snow Cone and Maiden's Blood. That actually does sound like it'd be really good together. Honestly, anything with Maiden's Blood sounds like it'd be really good together. You should get help wanted and play it VR. I don't have a VR headset! I don't have one! Am I frozen? I haven't dropped a frame, so it has to be on Twitch. But Peapod, thank you for the 5 monthlies. Oh my god, Panda, you stop that. I did shower today. That's twice in 1 week. You're welcome. You're welcome. I know that sounds really silly to be proud of, but if you guys, like, know anybody who's, like, depressed in your life, you know how, like, how difficult it is to, like, to shower. So, I know, Red, I hope you're proud of me. Devil, I love you. I love you so much. Devil sent me a really sweet text the other day. And it was just really nice, and I very much appreciate you. And your butt and your face. Okay, no, seriously, take all this. If I make a funny face, take a screenshot. They're funny. It is difficult, Floka. If there's anybody in chat right now who's struggling, like, just know that you're not alone. All right, and that I believe in you, and I'm so proud of you guys. Hygiene is hard. Just get out of bed is hard. Miami Nights and Naruto Rasengan. Okay. That actually sounds poggies. Because I had a little maiden spell left in my cup. You know what, Peapod? Honestly, I'm here for it. Hi, I'm depression. What is it like? What state do you live in? And don't say depressed. Hi, Music Kid! Yo, can we get some snaps or dino dances for Music Kid, who conquered their stairs after their knee surgery? So I'm really proud of him. Spades did say that earlier, that all the mods got out of bed because I went live, which is really sweet. Also, I have a request. If any of you guys are familiar with crowd control, can I please slide into one of your guys' DMs and have you guys like do me a teach on how to set up. Where's my cursor? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Wait, where's my cursor? Ah! Shadowhawk! Wait, what's happening? All right, I gotta close the game. Hold on. Shadowhawk, hi! How was your stream? What's up, Lord Mangoat? Oh my god, Mango-at. I'm so stupid. Hi, Mangoat! Or Mangoat. Did I say... Why am I all about mangoes? Why can't I can't stop thinking about mangoes? Shadowhawk, how was your stream? How was your 7 days to die? Okay, does anybody know how to work a crowd control with Skyrim? I spent like 2 hours yesterday, trying to figure out how to set up crowd control and Skyrim, and I couldn't figure it out. So I need someone who is much smarter than I am to help me. I can't work the extension, but I sure can work a crowd. Shadowhawk, how was your 7 days to die? Welcome in, guys. I'm so sorry, Mango. I'm sorry. I'm not a very smart person. I'm sorry. But yeah, someone needs to teach me how to do crowd control for Skyrim. I joined the Discord and like tried to see if anybody else is having the same issue. No one else is having the same issue. And so I was too embarrassed to ask. And then I tried Googling it, and Google didn't help me at all because like the only things that were posted were things that were from like 2014 or something. I don't know. It was just really old. And I'm just like, I feel so dumb. Somebody needs to help me. 7 days to die. Wait, crowd controls with 7 days to die. Oh my god. I'm gonna see. Maybe I should see if I could set that up. Because I just want to start using crowd control, essentially. Because crowd control said that it's compatible with this hype challenge thing that's going on. Oh my god, should I like tell you guys what this hype challenge is? Oh my god, I'm so silly, silly Willy. Tee-hee-hee-hee. Dirty deeds, done dirt cheap. Dirty deeds, done dirt cheap. Bah. Sorry. Spawning zombie. Oh my god, okay, so we definitely need to try that then. Okay. Oh, wrong button. Okay, so here's what we have going on for this November North America Hype Challenge. Done with sheep! Oh my god, you're so mean. It's dirty deeds done dirt cheap. Dirty deeds done. Okay, anyhow. Well, I need more friends to play with 7 days to die. Well, might not want to play with me if I'm gonna have crowd control on. But if you're willing, honestly. But to be fair, Shadowhawk, I do feel like the "done with sheep" is probably a better lyric. It was probably the OG lyric, and it was too good, so they had to change it. I thought it was just sounds and not words. I feel like probably the only reason why I know the lyrics to that song is my dad and I sing it all the time. Crimson Tears and Traveler's Ale. Oh. Okay, can you guys like put these in the Discord so I can remember that? Because I'm not going to remember any of these. I already forgot the Rasengan one. I am Eclipse. I'm very, very excited. I'm just really excited for the map for Hawkins. That's what I'm very, very excited for. Okay. Everyone shush, 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 shush. Shush. I'm speaking. Shh. Okay, so here we have some community goals. So this is for the hype challenge, which goes. Okay, so I have a thing. I have a command. It's called glitch because hype was already taken. So it's from November 6th through technically November 18th at like 2 a.m. But I figured November 17th is probably better if I said that. So it's like I don't know, like a week. I don't know how to math. I think it's like just a week of I don't know, incentives, essentially. So I want to do daily giveaways, right? For example, I have like a whole bunch of G Fuel to give away. I just have a bunch of shit to give away that I never had a chance to give away from September. So I want to do some like giveaways, things like that. But mods, I don't have anything that I'm keeping track of at the moment. I think I just want to do like just community giveaways, I think. But these are some of the incentives that I have come up with. So let's see. Every bit is 1 experience point, right? And you can see like down there, you can see like the experience points. 1 bit is an experience point. So like 100 bits is 100 experience points. Oh shoot, ignore that. Prime subs and tier 1 subs are 500 experience points. Tier 2 subs are 1,000 experience points. And then tier 3 subs are 2,500 experience points. So, which is, thank you, Cloud. Oh, thank you, mods. So that's what we got going on. That's the only way to contribute to the experience points. But these are like the different incentives that I have. And so if we get to 10,000 experience points, which is level 1, I'm going to do an emote sticker giveaway just to whoever is here at the moment. So like all my like emotes that I have, I just like send you just stickers. Then level 2 is a merch giveaway. And then level 3 is Fortnite open lobbies because I still owe you guys a TCM open lobby. I haven't forgotten that. And then level 4 is the Warhead Pickle that we did for our last charity stream for the American Heart Association, which was awful, disgusting, and I'll eat the whole thing. And then, I don't know, if you guys can coax me to drink the juice, I'll do that too, but as of right now, I'm just gonna eat it, unless you guys, like, are really particular about me drinking the juice. Which, shut up, I'm not gonna do it. And then, for level 5 is a try not to laugh stream, and then if we do that, we might have a special guest who has never been on stream. Hey, we have to hit it first, all right? We only have a week. This is only a week. Please go get your post-stream self-care, Shadowhawk. Get a shot of Malort too. But that's only if we hit level 4, right? Which is 100,000 experience points. And then try not to laugh stream. If we can hit that, it will be with a special guest, which I'm not going to say anything more. And then, level 6, I thought it'd be cute to do a tarot reading stream. So it's really, Ren, stop. I'll message you. I'll message mods. But it'll just be a stream of just me just doing tarot readings, because I think that was really fun when we made them like super cheap that one day when it was the blue moon. The full blue moon. I thought it was really fun to do. So I figured I would just do a whole stream just of that. And then level 7 will be a Clefable tattoo. So I will get a tattoo of Clefable on me body. Level 8 would be a Pixel Bro Malort stream. We have done one in the past, but this one will just be with more Malort and more Malort cocktails that my brother and I will do. And then for I didn't say that, Red. But for, what level is it? Level 9, a vintage graded Pokemon card giveaway. So I have like a bunch of vintage cards that are graded. And so, I'm not sure which one I would give away. It kind of just depends on which ones haven't sold yet. Oh my god. And, so I think it'd be really cool to give away a vintage, Pokemon card. Cause it's super special and they're really high value, so I thought it'd be a really special thing to give away. Level 10 would be Pixel Ross stream number 2. I dress up as Bob Ross, and I paint more things. Probably more penises, just like last time. But I think it'd be fun to give away all the paintings that I do on stream as well. And then more penises! Level 11, chat picks Shuey. And so, I'm not trying to give anybody any ideas here, because I'm really trying not to give any ideas here, but, like, it could be anything, right? So it could be, like, pickle juice plus Malort plus G Fuel plus ranch dressing plus I don't know. Like, it could just be like really anything that you guys want me to drink out of a shoe, I'll drink it, you know? And then for level 12, that would be chunky. You know what? It would be. Okay, trust me. I think at best, this is like best case scenario, I'm pretty sure we could, like, the closest we might get is like maybe the try not to laugh stream. And so I'm not gonna lie, I'm not trying to be like I'm not trying to be like, oh, we're not gonna get it. Like, these things are like, these levels were made for like the high end partners, like people who get like hundreds of viewers, thousands of viewers, hundreds of subs, thousands of subs, you know. So it's like, I'm just making these incentives to have them. I doubt we're gonna hit them though. It'd be cool, don't get me wrong, but and then the last one, level 12, is Chat Pix Tattoo. And like, this is such an outrageous goal. The 3 million experience points, I'm pretty sure the prize that the streamer gets is like a trip to TwitchCon. Like, what is it? TwitchCon NA ticket ×2 and a 3-night hotel. Like, that's a ridiculous thing. If you guys vote for Red Wolfie's face, I will get it. I will literally do whatever, like, whatever chat picks. That will be like, that's what it's gonna be. 30K? No, that can't be right. Is it 3 million? Hold on. What's the math for that? So 3 million, that's 6 zeros, divided by 500, right? And then divided by 2. That's 3,000. Oh, so that's if it was just bits, right? I was thinking subs. I don't get a lot of bits. So it would be...
Sheesh, are we about to kiss right now?
Mama, just killed a man. Thank you for the 27 months. How many babies is that? Is that 3 babies? Triplets. Holy shoot, Mama. Thank you for the 27 months. And thank you for the 500 experience points. Hello. Thank you so much. What the hell? I hope you're doing amazing. What time is it? Or not what time is it? What day is it? Oh my god, it's Tuesday. Oh my god. You guys are probably like so confused. Like, why is Pixel streaming right now? I know. Same. I don't understand either. Can't believe it's Tuesday. Okay. I'm a little thrown off. Yeah, so not only is it Tuesday, but it's 12:34. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 12:34 for me. So, I don't know. I figured that if I didn't stream now, I was convinced that was going to be what happened last night. So the reason why I didn't stream last night was because my sister-in-law was over, and she was here for like 4 hours, and it was great. I loved it, but you know, peopling is very just like, I was just very tired, and like I didn't like finish my nap, and I was just very sleepy, and so as soon as she left, I walked the dogs and just passed out, and then I woke up at 4 a.m. and then here I am. So I just figured if I waited till 7, I would just get sleepy, and I would just take a nap, and then I wouldn't stream. So bye, Kyle. Have a good day at work. Mwah. That's for Devil. Is it really, Zoe? I have not played it, but I have watched Markiplier play it. I've had to people last 3 days. It's been icky. That does sound icky. You people all weekend. But did you see the DVD taser? And if so, who do you think is the new killer? I did not see.
Are we about to kiss right now?
Shy, you don't understand. I was literally just thinking about you. And that's so funny. I was literally just thinking about you. And this is actually kind of... Where are the cameras? Where's Ashton Kutcher? Like, I was seriously just thinking about you. Well, Shy, thank you for the 38 months. Yo, can we get some heckin' dino dancers for that? 38 months. Holy poop. I hope you're doing really well. The DVD, so I didn't see I saw a picture. Was it the picture with like the knife, right? Then and a lot of people are saying it's gonna be Chucky, which is interesting. I think that'd be fascinating. Is that what you're talking about, Raven? More and less staring at screens, amazing story. Okay, I'm excited to try this because I'm in a Five Nights at Freddy's like kick. It was that. Okay, so I don't know what it's gonna be. I just assume probably Chucky, right? That's what everyone's thinking, right? Oh my god, you guys are so silly. Do you guys all think it's gonna be Chucky? Ugh. I hope you're doing so good, Shy. Alright, you guys ready for Five Nights at Freddy's? Are you guys ready? I'm eating popcorn! What kind of popcorn? Okay, Raven, don't even joke about that with me. It's not even funny. Don't even fucking joke about that. Shadowhawk, mwah. Did you get a snack? Ready? Hey, Arabella. Shrimp? Oh my god. Devil, mwah. Raven, don't even get me started. If it's Springtrap, I'm gonna lose it. You guys don't understand. You guys don't understand the way I'm gonna lose it. Okay, can we hear... Can you hear the game? Can you guys hear it? Hold on. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Oh my god. That was loud as shit. Oh, wrong button. Stop. Stop, it's scary. Okay. What's up, Pri? How the French toast are you? Oh, it's too quiet. I'm like, not gonna lie, a little sad right now. My pupper is up there in age, and he's blind now and going through some other medical issues. I saw you were on and got excited because you were always making me laugh. I was gonna ask you if he was laying on you. Oh my god. Well, can you give your doggy just a little... right in the between his eyes. It's right here. Please, for me. I'm so sorry. That... It's not easy watching like your puppies get old. Is the sound like too loud? Because it's like really loud in my head.
Sheesh, are we about to kiss right now?
Your face is covered by the clicked intro. Oh my god, can I like... I wonder if I should just turn that off. Can I... Is there a way to turn that off? Like disable that? Hold on. Wait, Lord, what is that? Is that the Pixel of 87? You're so funny. Oh, you can move it? Okay. So it's not in the way. I still kind of want to turn it off. Extensions. My extensions. I'll, deactivate it. Yeah, okay. So okay, so crowd control's off for now. Hi, moon cards! Mwah. It's a bit loud. Oh, okay. It's a bit loud. Okay, I'm gonna turn it down. You guys, when we get into the game, you guys let me know if it gets not too loud. That's so much better in my ears. Enjoy your lucky turkey, Cloud. He gets all the kisses, and thank you for being such a positive source of energy right now, Shai. I thank you for saying that, because I haven't been feeling like a positive energy thing, so thank you for saying that. I'm so happy. Just if I can make one of you people smile today, that is all that will get me through the day. That's all I need to get me through the day, you know? Anywho, enough talk! Enough chit-chat! Excuse me. Don't flirt with me, Piano Monster. What clip? Spades. Enough chit-chat. Don't forget that once we hit level 1 for this hype challenge... I'm watching this clip. Hold on. When we hit that level 1, we gotta do a giveaway. For the record, that was way louder in my ears than it was in that clip. Just for the record. Also, Pri, I hope you're doing so well. Oh my god. It's so good to see you. I miss you. Oh my god, whatever. Chat, can you stop being so cute and handsome and talented and tall? Exclamation point PP. Continue. I've never played this game before. Alright. So, I've only seen gameplay about this. I've never played it. I'm very, very excited to play it. Let's go! Daddy,
why won't you let me play with her?
Let me know if you guys can hear it okay.
Damn.
Welcome to the first day of your exciting new career.
Where are my
Whether you were
subtitles?
approached at a job fair, read our ad and screws, bolts, and hairpins, or if this is the result of a dare, we welcome you. I will be your personal guide to help you get started. I'm a Model 5 of
Are
the
we about to
Handyman's
kiss
Robotics
right
and
now?
Unit Repair System, but you can call me Hand
16
Unit.
months subs
Your
to
new
the
career
Queen
promises
Pixel
challenge, intrigue,
Love
and
your
endless
pixel and
janitorial opportunities. Please enter your name as seen above the keypad.
Oh my god, I
This
can't
cannot
even
be
look at that
changed
right
later,
now.
So please be careful.
16 months? Our sweet 16, Glenny. Oh my god. Glenny, thank you so much. I don't think that, subtitles are available. I don't think. Are they? Should I try it? Hold on. Oh, I just closed the game. Alright, well, we're gonna restart it. I didn't know. Okay, let's see if extras. If extras lets me. Oh, I can't. No, there's no subtitles, unfortunately. Alright, well, if you guys missed it, we're gonna redo it.
Welcome to the first day of your exciting new career. Whether you were approached at a job fair, read our ad and screws, bolts, and hairpins,
Hater,
or if this
baconators.
is the result of a dare, we welcome you. I will be your personal guide to help you get started.
My stream doesn't
Model
even have
5 of the
subtitles right now
Handyman's
either.
Robotics and
I'm a
Unit
bad
Repair
person.
System, but you can call me Hand Unit. Your new career promises challenge, intrigue, and endless janitorial opportunities. Please enter your name as seen above the keypad. This cannot be changed later, so please be careful. It seems that you had some trouble with
It's
the
actually really
keypad.
hard to look at.
I see what you were trying to type, and I will auto-correct it for you. One moment. Welcome, Eggs Benedict.
You guys see subtitles for me? Are the OBS subtitles working? So this is Circus Baby. They're not working right. They're not working right. They're a little incorrect. Can you turn them off? Are you able to like turn the visibility off?
You can now open the elevator using that bright, red, and obvious button. Let's get to work.
Okay. Oh, what are we doing? What did I say? Press the right button? Oh, okay, that's easy. Okay.
Allow me to fill this somewhat frightening silence with some lighthearted.
Oh, we gotta move. Okay.
Due to the massive success and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment. Unlike most entertainment venues, our robotic entertainers are rented out for private parties during the day, and it's your job to get the robots back in proper working order before the following.
Please, Spades,
You are
please,
now
I
in the
need
primary
them!
control module. It's actually a crawl space between the two front showrooms. Now, let's get started with your daily tasks.
Hi, Lucky Chat!
Use the
Lucky
window
Chat,
to your left.
I need you
This
to know
is the
that
Ballora
means so much to
Gallery,
me.
Party room and dance studio,
Huh?
encouraging kids to get fit and enjoy pizza. Let's turn on the light and see if Ballora is on stage. Press the blue button on the elevated keypad to your left. Uh-oh. It looks like Ballora doesn't feel like
Don't
dancing.
say
Let's give
uh-oh!
her some motivation. Press the red button now to administer a controlled shock. Maybe that will put the spring back in her step.
Can you administer a controlled shock to me?
Let's check the light again.
What's up, Maddie? What's up, Maddie? Oh, she's there. She's fine. She doesn't seem upset.
Ballora is feeling like
What
her
did she
old self
say?
again and will be ready to perform
But seriously,
again
thank you guys so much for all the
tomorrow.
heckin'
Now
resubs
view the
today. You guys are
window
so
to your
sweet.
right. This is the Funtime Auditorium, where
Funtime.
Funtime Foxy encourages
Aw, we
kids
love
to
Foxy.
play and share. Try the light. Let's see what Funtime Foxy is up to.
Can I call 911? Oh, that's actually doing something. Oh, these are interactive. Can you guys hear everything okay, by the way? Because I know I turned the audio down.
Access denied.
Yeet.
Looks like Funtime Foxy is taking the day off. Let's motivate Funtime
Thank you,
Foxy
guys. I appreciate
with a
that.
controlled shock.
Why does that seem so violent?
Let's try another controlled shock.
Oh, good. Okay.
Looks like Funtime Foxy is in perfect
Did
working
you
order.
really?
Great job.
Lord,
In front of
okay.
you is another vent shaft. Crawl through it to reach the
I
surface
watch
gallery
them
control
in bed. So I hear them, but I don't see it. So I hear the scary, but I don't see the scary. A shocking revelation. Oh, is that from me saying to do it to me?
Motion trigger. Circus gallery vent.
I wish I could like look behind me.
On the other side of the glass is Circus Baby's auditorium. Let's check the light and see what Baby is up to.
Beep 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 beep. Oh, is that Balloon Boy? Is that the bite of 87? Is that the pixel of 87? Oh my god. Let me. Okay. Oh
Looks
my
like
god.
A few of the lights are out, but we can fix that later. Let's encourage Baby to cheer up with a
I
controlled
have
shock.
not watched any of MatPat's videos, and I feel like I'm a bad person for not doing that. But I'm on Five Nights at Freddy's TikTok. That counts.
Let's try another controlled shock.
Controlled Shock was my nickname in high school.
Let's try another controlled shock.
Why do you sound like that?
Great job, Circus Baby. We knew we could count on you. That concludes your duties for your first night.
Duty.
We don't want you to leave overwhelmed. Otherwise, you might not. Please
So-
leave using the vent behind you.
From what I
We'll see you again
understand,
tomorrow.
Circus Baby is one of the guys' like daughters, right? But we knew that. Wait, when am I supposed to go? Like she like ate the kid, right? Hi, Eka. When do we know you? There's oh my God, Raven! I've seen a lot of Josh Hutcherson edits that make me feel. They make me feel. Wait, is someone in here with me? Can I like look behind? You can't go backwards and you can't look behind you. I don't use noise canceling. I have like earbuds, like not earbuds, earplugs. I have earplugs that I use seldomly. But I find like if I were to walk around with headphones, I'd find them to be too cumbersome for me personally.
Another dramatic entry in the lives of Vlad and his distressed
They're
mistress.
good, right?
Where will they go? What will they do?
Eka, that's what I'm here
All of
for you,
that
right?
and more happening now.
Clara, I tell you, the baby isn't mine.
Count, I tell you that it is. You're the only vampire I've ever loved. And the baby turns his bottles into powdered
Is this
milk.
Lexi Cat?
That doesn't mean anything.
He sleeps on the ceiling fan.
Upright or upside down.
What does it matter? You need to be part of your son's life.
Eat the popcorn.
I'm an old
Oh!
man, Clara.
I didn't even see
can't
that.
Be a father.
Well, then at least pay your child support, you deadbeat.
Will Vlad and his distressed mistress find common
You guys
ground?
are really want me to eat the popcorn. I didn't finish it. He used his kids' souls to bring the Yes, okay, so I know that. Yes.
Let the other children go see her.
That is also how I eat popcorn. And, mwah.
Welcome back for another night of intellectual stimulation, pivotal career choices, and self-reflection on
Deadbeat
past
vampire
mistakes.
dad. Ah, you've seen
We're
one, you've
committed
seen
to
seen a
creating
thousand of
unique
them,
and
right?
fulfilling work experience. One part of that commitment is
Can I call
ensuring that
911?
you don't get tired of the voice that you're hearing right
Help!
now. Using the keypad below, please select. It seems that you had some trouble with the keypad.
I don't think so.
I see what you were trying to type, and I will auto-correct it for you. Thank you for choosing Angsty Teen.
What'd you call me? What did he call me? Oh, my fix the pics. my pixel. I'm actually like, I really don't feel like I'm in a Five Nights at Freddy's game right now. Hi, Coach! I don't know why my voice kind of cracked on that, but let's just ignore that. Moving on. Hi, Coach. How the shows are you? Well, night 1 was really easy. I didn't do anything. Oh, hey, how are ya? What's that SpongeBob thing? He goes, hey, how are ya?
You know the routine. You can get out now or whatever. Stay here if you want.
Oh, he's an angsty teen. I thought he was calling me an angsty teen.
So, funny story. A dead body was found in this vent once. Okay, so not that funny, but it's a story.
Does anything like jump up at
let's
me
start
in
with
that
your daily
event?
chores. You should check on Ballora and make sure she's on her stage, but whatever.
Can I just give her a shock? Oh, it doesn't even let you like shock her. That's boring. Oh, she's fine.
Huh. I guess Ballora has better things to do.
She was right there!
Let's zap her. That should be fun.
No. She's literally right there! Is she at the window?
Let's check on Funtime Foxy. Make sure he's ready for showtime tomorrow.
Can I peep on what's going on here? Can I like... Alright. Shock. Oh, she's right there. She's fine.
Great. Great. Great.
Grape? Do you want some
There seems
grape
to have been
soda?
a problem with the voice synthesizer. Default settings have been restored. Please proceed through the vent ahead of you to
Our
Circus
angsty
Baby's auditorium.
teen. Our angsty teen is gone. So is something scary supposed to happen eventually?
Motion trigger. Circus gallery vent.
Duck.
Circus
Goose?
Baby had a busy day today. Let's check the light and make sure she's in proper working order.
Well, she wasn't here last time, right?
Oh, Circus Baby, we aren't here to play hide and seek. Let's encourage Baby to come out of hiding with a controlled shock. Let's try another controlled shock. There seems to be a power malfunction that is affecting our ability to properly motivate Baby.
Properly
Please stand
motivate.
by while I reboot the system. I will be offline momentarily during this process. Various other systems may be offline as well, such as security doors, vent locks, and oxygen. Commencing system restart.
Oh my god, Charlie, do not sigh at that
Motion
exact
trigger.
second.
Entryway vent. Funtime auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Is someone...
Ballora gallery maintenance vent opened.
No, that's not with me. We don't need oxygen!
I don't recognize you. You are new. I remember this scenario.
Her voice is kind of
However,
soothing.
It's a strange thing to want to do, to come here. I'm curious what events would lead a person to want to spend their nights in a place like this. Willingly. Maybe curiosity, maybe ignorance. There is a space under the desk. Someone before you crafted it into a hiding place, and it worked for him. I recommend that you hurry, though.
Money.
You will be safe there. Just try not to make eye contact. It will be over soon. They will lose.
Folka, I'm not
interest.
gonna lie, I'm pretty lost right now. What if I don't do anything? Does it look like eyes right here? Does it sound like it's getting closer? The voice is really soothing. It looks like I have to go here. I want to see like how long I can wait here. Are those footsteps? I wasn't sure. Because it does sound like it's getting closer, whatever it is. Alright, I'm just gonna go then. I am now under the desk. Grab here, click and drag. What if I don't want to? Hi, Spider Queen. Imagine this had like voice, like you had to be quiet right now. Is it the same person? Ah! Oh! Ah! Oh, I just scared Charlie. Sorry, Charlie. Fucking stab that eyeball, bitch. Wait. Wait, is it opening? Wait! Okay. Was that me opening it, or was that her opening it? I don't want it to be open. I don't want that to open. Wait, can I open it? Oh, I can't open it. What happens if... What happens if I open it? What happens if I open it, though? Is this scripted? What is happening? Oh, I can't open it. It won't let me open it. Oh, that's lame. I want to open it. What happens if I just leave it? What happens if I just leave it ajar? Will she like crawl in? Will she crawl inside of me? Wear me like a puppet? I guess not. Okay, if she tries it again, I'm gonna leave it open. I feel like I did good. I feel like I did it okay.
When your guide comes back online, he is going to tell you that he was unsuccessful, that you must restart the system manually. He will then tell you to crawl through Ballora Gallery as fast as you can to reach the breaker room. If you follow his instructions, you will die. Ballora will not return to her stage anymore. She will catch you. The power will be restored shortly. When you crawl through Ballora Gallery, go slowly. She cannot see you and can only listen for your movement. When you hear her music become louder, she is growing near, listening for you. Wait and be still.
All right, chat.
Thank you for your patience.
Do we go fast or do we go slow?
I
want to go fast. I don't trust
you will
this
need
bitch.
to restart the power system manually. Please return to the primary control module.
Yo, Eggs Benedict has never steered me wrong. Like, let's be honest. Wait, how do I open this? Wait, S, go back. Okay. I'm here for... Yeah, see, Spider, you get me. Hi, Spider Queen. Even though I didn't have to be quiet, I felt like I had to be quiet during that. Wait, so, okay, chat. Should we go fast or should we go slow?
Motion trigger. Circus gallery.
That's what she said, right?
You will now be required to crawl through the Ballora Gallery using the vent to
Oh,
your left
she was right.
to reach the breaker room. It is recommended that you stay low to the ground and reach the other side as fast as possible as to not disturb Ballora. I will deactivate myself momentarily as to not create an auditory disturbance. Deactivating.
Have you asked the game what it prefers? Oh, here it is, right here.
Ballora Gallery maintenance vent opened.
So just go fast, right? I hear her. Oh my god! I'm actually getting like surround sound in my headset. Okay. I don't know how, but I hurt my shoulder. What's up, Jem? So, I must not have gone fast enough, I don't think. I think, because I stopped.
You will now be required to crawl through the Ballora Gallery using the vent to your left to reach the breaker room.
Alright, shut up. I got it.
Stay low to the
I
ground.
can do this.
And reach the other side as fast as possible as to not disturb Ballora.
So what? Wait.
Myself momentarily as to not create an auditory disturbance.
T.O.
Deactivating.
Wait, so when I die, I don't restart the night? Doesn't that go against all of like Five Nights at Freddy like business? Hi, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Like every time you die in every past Five Nights at Freddy's, at least that I've played, you start at the beginning of the night, and these ones now have what's it called? Save points? Yeah, what's up, Jan? 004. Welcome in. Okay, so just run. Run. I don't want to do it. She sounds like she's right there. I don't want to do this. Hello there, General Kenobi. Oh, okay. She's like gone. She's like gone.
It seems you are taking a long time. Please proceed as quickly and as quietly as possible.
Brother! Oh my god. Oh, I should have gone then. That would have been so funny. This sucks. In a bad way. You don't like this one? It's like right there. Just jump. Oh! Oh! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. The door is right there, brother. All right, just go. Am I like crawling? Wait, hello? Get the door, buddy. Buckaroo. All right, there we go.
Motion trigger breaker room.
You may now interface with the breaker control box. Using the interface may disrupt nearby electronics.
Danger
if
level.
you feel you are in danger, feel free to disconnect the interface temporarily until it is safe to reconnect.
Press space to play mascot response audio. We're not gonna worry about Freddy right there. Okay. What? Oh crap! What was I supposed to do?
Go back to your stage. Everything is okay.
Grabbing a burrito Dodgeville card game for it. I wish I knew what that meant, Kelsey. But yeah, well, I'm not ready because I haven't bought anything yet. Wait, what am I supposed to be doing? Oh! What is a burrito dodgeball? Wait, what is that? Restart. Oh, you have to hold it? Oh, God in heaven. Okay. Oh, 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 oh. Oh my God. Oh, it's by Exploding Kittens. Okay. Oh my God. I gotta say.
You will now be required to crawl through the Ballora gallery using the vent
I
to
gotta
your
do
left
that
to reach
again.
the
Okay,
breaker room.
Mr. Potato Man, I was
Stay
speaking.
low to the ground and reach the other side as fast as possible as
my
to not disturb Ballora. I will deactivate myself momentarily as
What was
to
I
not
saying?
create an auditory disturbance.
Oh my God, thank you so much for all the
Deactivating.
follows. Welcome in. What was I gonna say? So Kelsey invited me to my very first Friendsgiving that she's hosting, and I've never been to a Friendsgiving before, and I am so honored, and I'm so excited. And I'm gonna be bringing green bean casserole. Yo, can I get some green bean casserole lovers? Can I get some green bean casserole lovers in the house? Come on, tell me that it's like green bean casserole is that the most like amazing and delicious thing that you guys have ever had ever in your entire world. Hi, Hellblazer. Lives and lies, doesn't really do. Wait, Aldi, are you from Coach's community? What do you mean? What is green bean casserole? All right. I'm gonna send you some green bean. That's your husband? Hi, husband. I'm the backup wife. It's disgusting. All right. You can leave. I'm just kidding. Don't leave me. I'm very needy. Okay, we're just gonna. Oh, we gotta do this again, chat. Okay, hold on. We're just gonna run. We're just gonna book it.
Sheesh, are we about to kiss right now?
Public kiss! Yo, can we get some hype for a 42-month sub? Did you guys see that? Do you guys peep that? Yo, can we get a follow age for Publicus? Want to do it like a nice little flex, bub? How long you been following me? Fresh beans or canned? Frozen. Backup wife, you say? Ooh. Spider Queen, me. If I make it, you know it's good.
It seems you're taking a long time.
You did give me an
Please
idea?
proceed
An
as
idea for
quickly
what?
And as quietly as possible.
Bub. Almost 10 years. That's disgusting. Yeah, that's disgusting. I can't believe Bub hasn't been tired of me yet. That's right. He'll come to his senses one day. One of the OGs. What if I move right now? Will she catch me? Oh, okay. That's really fucking cool, Bub. Thank you so much for the 42 months. We are 3 subs away from getting to level 1. A jack. Okay, but Red, when you say it like that, it just makes me feel old. This, I believe, I commit some crimes for Pixel's casserole. If I had a nickel for every time someone say that they would commit crimes for my casserole. Oh yeah, Thanksgiving was last month. Oh, so Raven, so you should do, you should do.
Are we about to kiss right now?
Like a backup Canadian Thanksgiving, and just do it with us plebby Americans. Jazzy Baby with the brand new tier 1 sub. Hello.
You may now.
Yo, can we get some
interface with the
heckin'
breaker
love, hugs,
control
kisses,
box.
booty spanks, and head pats,
Using
and maybe
the
some
interface
dino
may disrupt
dances?
nearby
Yo,
electronics.
thank you so
If
much.
feel
Enjoy
you are
your
in danger, feel free to
49
disconnect
emotes
the
and your
interface
ad-free viewing, my
temporarily
friend.
until
Thank
it
you
is
so
safe to
much.
reconnect.
Oh, wait, we do this, right? Please, I'm like an expert. Okay, so I'm just gonna restart 1. It's your first day here! Oh my god, don't worry, you'll find out. You'll regret it, don't worry. Don't worry, you'll come to regret your decision, don't worry. Wait, isn't there like a Freddy that was supposed to— Ah! I don't want to be here anymore. Make me a sweet potato pie and I'm yours. Puh. Puh. Ah! playing this game anymore. I'm not playing this game anymore. Can you guys stop talking about food? My fat ass can't handle it. Oh, it's hot. It's hot. Is anybody else like, it's hot in here? Now, do I do it like the Americans do? Where you just like gluttonously eat everything in sight, including 2 helpings of
You will now
green
be
bean
required
casserole?
to
Yes.
crawl through the
Give me a
lower
pumpkin
gallery
pie.
using the vent to your left
Also,
to
Red,
reach
I would
the
love to
breaker room.
FaceTime you
It
on
is
Thanksgiving,
recommended
by
that
the
you
way.
stay low to the ground and
Like
reach
on
the other
Thanksgiving,
side
Thanksgiving?
as fast as possible as to not disturb Ballora.
Freddy
I will
Man, bear
deactivate
themed
myself
plastic with hand
momentarily
puppet.
as to not create an auditory
Puppet.
disturbance. Deactivating.
I'm somewhat tired. Welcome back, Cloud. I hate this game. Oh no! Why does it say connected to chat? Am I disconnected? Am I still live? Am I still live? My Twitch just said connecting to chat. Oh, okay, wait, I see things. You still live? Okay, cool. There's a high chance I'll be on the road moving. Ew. Okay, cool. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry if the stream just lagged. Oh, I'm sorry. I need a breather after the last scare. Okay, so if I let go of the restart thing, it looks like the restart thing regresses. So maybe I just have to like... So it looks like I was able to get through 2 of the restarts. The 3rd one I couldn't finish. That's what she said. Green? Oh, hey, for the record, Kelsey, it is great anyway. I'm seriously, Cloud. I'm so honored that Kelsey asked me. I'm so really excited. For actual Thanksgiving, it's a Thursday, obviously. For actual, like, literal Thanksgiving, I'm sorry, I am gonna take like just a couple seconds. That is on the 23rd. I know I don't usually stream on Thursdays, but we'll see. I know my family's probably gonna be doing something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. And maybe I'll just like stream just a whole bunch or something. I don't know. I made a breakfast sandwich, leftover brisket. It's on the 23rd for us Americans. Eggs, shallots. Shallots are onion, right? Chipotle aioli. Oh my god, that's all that sounds like really fancy. I used to have to work on Thanksgiving. Sucked booty.
Maintenance vent opened.
Hi, confetti. Wait, what's my stream title? It is confetti. You are so cute. It is a rent reference. Hey, Mister, she's my sister. And 13 orders of fries. Is that it here? Wine and beer.
It seems you are taking a long time. Please proceed as quickly and as quietly as possible.
I'm literally going as fast as I can. La vie bohème. A lot of fun foods. Bub, you should come over. So, Bub's British. Wait, Bub, does, do British people have Thanksgiving? So I know Canadians have Thanksgiving. Americans have Thanksgiving. Oh, but hey, at least you get holiday pay, Eclipse. I'll take that. Wait, Stanley Parable? I think I own that. They don't have Thanksgiving? Well, Bub, you can be my honorary Thanksgiving date. I died for Tsunami. Oh my god. So Kelsey got to meet my parents'... So Kelsey got to meet my parents' Great Danes. And so you guys know like how my parents' Great Danes had like 13 puppies, right? And like we got to keep the last puppy. I'm sorry, I'm actually like afraid that she's gonna eat me. So the mama Great Dane fell in love with Kelsey and was just like laying on her lap and was just like me 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 me. All right, here, hold on.
You may now interface with the breaker control box. Using the interface may disrupt nearby electronics. If you feel you are in danger, feel free to disconnect the interface temporarily until it is safe to reconnect.
We're doing this.
Calm down and go back to sleep.
We're doing this.
No one is here.
Are we going to get to 50? And we're going to do it again.
Go back to your stage.
Okay. Okay, so it doesn't start over from the beginning. That's good. Okay.
Everything is okay.
Okay. We're going to get to 50. We're going to do it again. Okay, I think this is it. We just do 50. 50. He's like right there.
You must be hearing things, silly.
What? Ah! My finger slipped!
Go back to sleep. No one is here.
Oh my god, I'm like the best. I can't believe I'm getting this done first try. Oh my god! Wait, I missed one. I'm gonna die. I'm about to die. Nah, I'm good. This is literally the easiest game in the world. Whoa! I see you! I see you, big fat ugly bitch! Does this
Great
end?
job. This completes your tasks for the night. Please proceed back
Oh, that was
through
it.
the
Okay.
Ballora gallery with care, and
We
we'll
got
see
it
you
first
back here
try!
tomorrow.
Wow! Oh, the other, so her puppy's name is Gimli, and yeah, Gimli is... He's a good dog. He just gets really excited. Alright. Wait, did you just make, wait, am I in trouble here? No, I'm fine. Did you just make, Gimli, Gollum reference? Oh my god. Confetti, this game is like way different than any of the other Five Nights at Freddy games I've played. No! I gotta crawl my happy ass back? Am I going the right way? I think I am.
Is someone there?
Is she talking to me? No. She's not talking to me.
I can hear someone creeping through my room. Perhaps not.
Yo, can I like... I was gonna say, how open world is this? It's not open world, by the way. Jan! No, I don't panic ever. Oh yeah, Gimli kept farting. Wow. We're chilling in my parents' front room, and Gimli keeps farting. Thank you for the follow. Also, Jade! 4 minutes ago. Mwah. Forehead kissy.
Can their love rise again?
Hi,
That and
Bella!
more happening
You're
now.
at work? Puh. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. What do we know you? Circus Baby. Yeah, Circus Baby's in this.
In the nursery today.
Peapod, you're so right, though. Hi, fella.
They had to knock
Do I have to go to class and therapy today?
I have to go.
They're
No.
going to dock your paychecks.
They can't do that. I'm a vampire. I don't get paychecks.
You work the graveyard shift at the Fry Me Taco. Don't lie to me.
Oh,
Don't
the
shame him!
humanity.
How
When
dare
will the
you
heart
shame
break
him for
in?
being a
When
working
will
man?
these two ships passing in the night rekindle their long-lost love? Tune in tomorrow to find out.
Kelsey. That sounds nice, but I'm too scared to do it. I'm gonna make my daddy take me. Clara, the baby isn't mine.
Daddy just once let me go play with her. She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for me?
Okay, yeah, so I am familiar with the lore with Circus Baby. I don't want to spoil it, though.
Welcome back to another pivotal
Be
night
right back,
of
so
your
I'm a therapist,
thriving
I
new
can't
career,
come.
where you get to really ask yourself, what am I doing with my life? What would my friends say?
Thank you for
and
understanding,
most
Kelsey.
importantly, will I ever see my family again?
I'm very excited, though.
We understand.
I'm gonna
the
get all of the
stresses of a new
crunchy
job,
stuff,
and
the
we're here
crunchy,
for
crispy
you.
onions that
To
go
help
on
you
top
reach a
of
more
the
stable
green bean
and
casserole.
relaxing frame of mind, we offer several musical selections to help make this elevator ride as relaxing and therapeutic as possible.
Ooh,
We
musical
offer contemporary
selections.
jazz, classical, rainforest ambiance, as well as a wide selection of other choices.
Rainforest ambiance.
Using the keypad below, please type the first
I
few
can't look
letters
at that.
of the
It hurts
musical
my
selection
eyes.
you would prefer.
Rain.
It seems you had some trouble with the keypad. I see what you were trying to type, and I will autocorrect it for you. Thank
Kelsey,
you for selecting
taking notes?
casual bongos.
That's kind of close to rainforest.
Now that your elevator
Oh, so it's
experience
just good now?
has been customized to
Thank you
your
for the
needs
pins.
and you're thoroughly relaxed, it's worth mentioning that due to your lackluster performance yesterday, your pay has been decreased by a substantial amount. Please enjoy the rest of your descent.
All right, them telling me that they're docking my pay while simultaneously having soothing bongo music in the background does make it hurt a little bit less. No, it's such a vibe, right? Okay, night 3, and I haven't died once. Right, chat? Haven't died once. You want a creamy casserole now? It's just frozen. It's literally just frozen green beans, cream of mushroom soup, and then like the onions, like the fried onions or whatever. Okay, Mystic, how dare you? See, confetti. That's why you're my number 1. I think my brother usually makes the turkey, but I think my mom's making the turkey this year.
Due to unforeseen malfunctions from today's shows,
Aww.
your nightly duties will require you to perform maintenance that you may or may not be
To
skilled enough to
perform
perform.
mingos?
It became
I
necessary
meant
for
bongos.
technicians to attempt to disconnect Funtime
Not
Freddy's
mingos,
power module.
bongos.
However, they were unsuccessful. Allowing them to try again would
Shut up,
be
chat.
an inefficient path forward, as we would need to allow 6 to
Yeah,
8
'cause you
weeks
bake
for
it,
recovery
Cloud.
and physical therapy.
Welcome to
You will
Circus
need to
Baby's
reach the
scamming
parts and
place.
service room on the other side of Funtime Auditorium to perform
Funtime?
the
Is
procedure
this
yourself.
this way?
Let's check on Ballora first
Oh,
and make
okay.
sure she's on her stage.
Nah, fuck her. I'm gonna shock her. I'm gonna shock that bitch. Alright, whatever. Raven! Hater,
Great.
baconator.
It looks like everything is as it should be in Ballora Gallery. Let's check on Funtime Foxy. It's important to make sure she's on her stage before entering.
Sounds like a scam. Sounds like corporate America.
Great. It looks like everything is as it should be in Funtime Auditorium. There is no need to check on Baby tonight. Please refrain from entering unauthorized areas.
I'm gonna enter
Proceed
this.
directly to
No,
Funtime
I'm
Auditorium.
entering it. Give me now. It gives me an option to go? Oh, can we go? Is this gonna be okay?
Circus gallery vent.
That'll be okay, right? It's gonna be a jump scare as soon as I get out of here. Oh. I'm under the desk again, okay. Hi, Caitlin! I'm having so much fun. I haven't died once, right, chat? Not once.
Did you know that I was on stage once?
Okay, so this
It
is
wasn't
Circus
for
Baby
very long.
talking to me, right?
Only one day. What a wonderful day, though. I was in a small room with balloons and a few tables. No one sat at the tables, though, but children would run in and out. Some were afraid of me.
Maybe this was scripted. I was
Others
supposed to go here.
enjoyed my songs. Music was always coming from somewhere else, down a hall. I would always count the children.
Okay,
Not
so this is
sure
Circus Baby.
why. I was always acutely aware of how many there were in the room with me. 2, then 3, then 2, then 3.
Is this
then
a code?
4, then 2.
Oh, God.
Then none. They usually played together in groups of 2.
Oh,
or
God.
3. I was
Wait.
covered in glitter.
Convincing, right?
I smelled like birthday cake. There were 2, then 3, then 5, then 4.
Is she
I can do
giving me a
something
code
special.
that I should be knowing?
Did you know that?
Really, Coach?
I can
Yeah, I'm
make
all
ice
over
cream.
5 Nights at Freddy's TikTok, so I'm like
Although I
trying to
only
like
did
watch
it
all the lore.
once. There were 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. Something happened when there was 1.
The lore!
Standing by herself. I was no longer myself, and I stopped singing. My stomach opened, and there was ice cream.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't move. At
Thank you for the
least
follow. Welcome
not until
in.
She stepped closer. There was screaming for a moment, but only for a moment. Then other children rushed in again, but they couldn't hear her over the sounds of their own excitement. I still hear her sometimes. Why did that
Screaming? Did you want to bring Cloud as your +1? Whoever can fly to Chicago first. My stomach opened and there was ice cream. Oh my god! Confetti, you should tweet that.
Motion trigger. Circus gallery vent.
Okay, so I think that was I was supposed to do that. I was supposed to go there. Okay, so now I go here. Okay.
Funtime auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Unlike Ballora, Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this reason, it's important to keep the room dark, as to not accidentally activate her. You have been provided with a flash beacon. Use it if you need to get your bearings and to ensure you don't bump into anything. However, use it as...
Okay. I don't know what I did, but something hit me in, like, my side titty. Something hit me in my side titty, and I don't know why, but it really hurts. My side titty. Oh, okay. So you cannot use the same strat in Ballora's, okay? You can't just run, okay? The not even a pirate anymore, so it's the less cool Foxy. The way I inhaled shows so sharply. Oh, you were looking for the died command? Oh, cool. Well, now it's gonna be accurate. Hold on, I need a sip of G Fuel that I get with code Kitten. Save 30% off my G Fuel purchase. Oh God. Ah. Soothes the throat when you've been screaming. Yo, what's up, Loki? Loki, what do you think of the, what do you think of, the Stranger Things? For the first time, I literally, Confetti, I gotta say, I'm impressed with myself that I haven't died once. Yo, what's up, Rico? Have you gotten your exotic buzz yet? I can't say that I have. I have, experienced some bongos, though. And chat, I definitely haven't died, right? Hi, Rico. Wait, do you really, Loki? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, Figule. Figule.
Funtime auditorium maintenance vent opened.
Alright, we're using a different strat this time,
Ballora,
chat.
Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this reason, it's important to keep the room dark, as to not accidentally activate her. You have been provided with a flash beacon. Use it if you need to get your bearings and to ensure you don't bump into anything. However, use it as sparingly as possible. Proceed forward to reach the parts and service room.
Okay, I know he said use it sparingly. I think I'm doing okay. Yeah. Oh. Look at we did it!
Motion trigger, parts and service.
Great job reaching parts and
We
service.
did it first try!
It seems that Funtime Freddy is out of power, which should make your job much easier. The release switch for the chest cavity is located on the underside of the endoskeleton jaw. To reach it, we will first need to open the face
Little
plates.
button right there.
You will need to press the faceplate release triggers in a specific order, and it's important to be as precise and as careful as possible.
Oh my God!
Locate the small button on Freddy's face, just under his right cheek, and press it.
Under his right cheek.
Great. Now locate the button under his left cheek and press it.
Left cheek.
Great. Now carefully locate and press the button next to Freddy's right eye.
Scooty. Oh, wait. What do you say? Right eye? What is making that sound? Oh, God. This one?
Great.
Okay,
Now
cool.
carefully locate and press the button just above Freddy's nose.
Oh, this one? Oh.
Good job.
Okay. No, we're
the
fine.
faceplates should now be open.
That was
Locate
rude.
And press
That was
the small button on the underside of
a
Freddy's
boobie almost came
endoskeleton
out of my
jaw.
bra. Wait, you stream before work? You are such a trooper. Oh my god. Oh my god. Everyone go follow Shadowhawk. Can we get another shout out for Shadowhawk? Have a good day at work. Oh, I don't know what he said. Oh no, chat. Replay the tape. What did he say?
Good job.
No.
The faceplates should now be open. Locate and press the small button on the underside of Freddy's endoskeleton jaw.
Welcome in, Raiders! Hi, Meeseeks. Hi, Jazzy. Hi, Luna. Yo, what's up, IKG? Yo, welcome in, cutie patooties. Locate and press the button. Ah! Is this a button? Ah!
Excellent. The chest cavity should now be open. Remove the power module from the chest cavity. Great work. You will now be required to remove the secondary power module from the Bonnie hand puppet.
Welcome in, Raiders.
Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power
Are we
module.
about to kiss right
Bonnie's
now?
bow tie.
Yes, that was the button. We are
Shut
found.
up!
Great work,
Wait.
superstar.
Great work, superstar. What is that sound? Wait, where's Bonnie? Oh my god. Thank you for the resub and the raid? Is he gonna eat me? Oh my god. Wait, so what do I have to do? Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Do I just, okay. So I can't look at him. But I have to press under his bow tie. Wait, come back. Oh my god. Wait.
Press the large black button
Shut
beneath
up!
Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module.
The grown-ups are working. Oh my god. Where's the little shit? Okay, I found him. Okay, no, shh, come back. His little pitter-pattering is gonna make, I'm gonna lose it, chat. I'm gonna lose it, chat. I'm gonna lose it. Where is he? I don't want to look at chat. Hey, how is your stream? Hey, everybody, tell Jazzy something nice.
Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module.
Say one more thing to me, announcer guy. Say one more thing to me. See what happens to you. Oh, I found him. Wait, can I, like, not use my flashlight on him? Hello? I'm confused. He's just a little guy. Button under the bow tie. Ah! I'm so hot and sweaty. Where was he? Hi guys, welcome in. My name is PixelxKitten. I never get scared by video games ever. Lucky we didn't die. Lucky we didn't panic. Oh my god. Death count bagel. Jazzy, how was your stream? Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for the raid. We're playing Five Nights at Freddy's sister location. And I've never played it before. Shocker. And it's going really well. I haven't died any amount of times. We're going for a hitless speedrun. And so far we're on track for world record, as you can tell. But hey, Jazzy, if you need to get some post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies,
Unlike
bathroom
Ballora,
breaks,
Funtime
pee-pees,
Foxy is
poo-poos,
motion
I don't
activated.
know.
For this
Go get some
reason, it's
snacks.
important to keep the room dark, as to not accidentally activate her.
I need a cigarette. I don't even smoke. I just feel like that's like a necessity. You know what? What if chat? What if we did something crazy? What if we did something crazy? What if we did a raid trailer? Oh my god, my heart is wait, what is my heart rate at? Hello? What's my heart rate at? Oh, my watch is like broken. Hello? No, how do I look at heart rate? Google. I don't even know what kind of watch this is. I've never smoked a cigarette before, but apparently that's what the first thing that came to mind was smoking a cigarette. Wait, Fitbit, tell me what my heart rate is. I don't care what my sleep stage is. All right, well, I'm over it. Hey, you guys want to see a heart rate 0? I'm just dead. We are 1 sub away from getting to level 1, by the way. All right, I'm going to play a raid trailer for you guys while I try to figure out how this heart rate thing works. Okay, hold on. How do I do this? Is it this one?
Hi, I'm PixelxKitten.
It is.
I'm a full-time Dead by Daylight and variety streamer. I play a lot of video games poorly, and I stream it on the internet.
It's me every other time, but this match, I'm definitely MVP.
My pronouns are she and they, and I am both pansexual and asexual.
Oh my god, I'm going to step into a trap. Oh!
Wait, actually, I'm gonna flashlight save this. Watch. Watch. I also describe myself as a AAA threat because I have anxiety, ADHD, and autism.
Mad grid value!
I like Pokemon, Lord of the Rings, and rocks. I have 3 cats and 2 dogs, and I never get scared by video games ever.
Oh, I hear breathing. Ah!
I know you guys.
I just scratched my dog.
At least those kind of crabs, I have a little comb.
What did he say? Woo! All right, that cigarette was really good, guys. Also, Me6! Thank you for the heckin' honkin' hooterin' brand new subby. Red, I got scared and I told chat I need to go smoke a cigarette. I didn't. I actually just sat here and tried to recalibrate my Fitbit watch, but it didn't work. So I just sat here and just had a little quick cry. You know, like the quick cry you do after sex. Just me? Okay. Anywho, woo! We accomplished level 1 of... Hello? Where's my cursor? We accomplished level 1 of... Hello? Wait, hello? Why my cursor no curse? You ain't having the right sex? Yeah, I know, Red. Brag about it. It does, Raven. Excuse me. Banger trailer. Thank you, Scooty. Thank you, Jen. Wait, my cursor isn't cursoring. Wait, my cursor's like broken. Hello? Help, God? Hold on, I could do this. I can't open Chrome. Okay, well, anywho. Can I have a mod type into the chat? Exclamation point glitch. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, I could do that? No, it won't let me. But yeah, okay, so, oh wait, hold on. What if, okay, hold on, I'm gonna figure this out. Hold on, chat, I'm gonna do this.
that work? Oh my god. Does it really work? But I'm gonna try to make it work. Okay. So if we go here, and then if we go here, hey! Okay, I figured it out. Yeah, sister location is definitely taking over my cursor. I wouldn't know if crying is normal or not. That would require actually having it. Zing! Hey, for what it's worth, I haven't had relations. God, how long has it been? When did I break up with my ex?
Are we about to kiss right now?
A resin! Thank you for the 25-month tier 2, by the way. Hello? Arisen, thank you so much. 25 months. Brag. Heckin' flex. Yo, how the French toast are you, Arisen? Happy Tuesday, by the way. I'm about to, I don't know if I can do... Can I do... Oh, no, my cursor's not cursoring. Okay. Like, I don't know if you guys can see my cursor. Like, this is what's happening. I can't move my cursor to do things! It's fine. I'll figure it out, chat. Don't worry. I'll figure it out. So we will do a giveaway for my emote stickers for hitting level 1. Maybe we'll just do it after sister location when I can have access to my cursor again. What do you guys think about that? But the next unlock is for the level 2, and that's at 2,500 experience points, and that would be for a merch giveaway. Would you like for me to make the glitch thingy into a timer as well? Yes, please. Please and thank you. I would like that very much. Por favor. All right, let's see if I can, oh no. Oh no. Oh no, let's see. Can I do it? Can I get back to... Oh no. Chat. Oh, how do I get back to the game? What more can... Oh, don't worry. Avril Lavigne is going to get us through this, chat. Oh my god. Oh, I just closed everything. All right. I might have to restart the game. Oh! I have to restart the game because it just closed everything. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, okay, now my cursor's fixed. I'm sorry. It just ruined everything. I had to close the game. I'm so sorry. Oh, there's OBS. Hi! Anywho, what'd I say? Would you like to make the glitch thingy timer? Yes, please. How do we help? Every bit... oh, I just closed OBS again. Every bit is a, is a, 1 experience point. And then, so 100 bits is 100 experience points. And then tier 1 subs are 500 points. Tier 2 subs are 1,000 points. And tier 3 subs are 2,500, points. So, whew, shush. And it goes from, it goes from Atlanta, the 6th through the 17th. So, I'm sorry if I miss anybody's messages. My game was freaking out. So we'll do the giveaway for the emote stickers, after I'm done with sister location. Ramen? I think I have some ramen. I think I do.
Daddy just once let me go play with her.
No, I have to restart the whole night? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Welcome back to another pivotal night of your thriving new career, where you get to really ask yourself, what am I doing with my life?
I thought you can't microwave cup noodles. I saw that on TikTok.
And most importantly, will I ever see my family again? We understand the stresses of a new job, and we're here for you. To help you reach a more stable and relaxing frame of mind, we offer several
Raven, thank you for the 13 bitterroonies. Hey, every big house. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
We offer contemporary jazz, classical, rainforest
Are they?
ambiance,
Is that why I'm depressed because I microwave cup noodles?
Other choices.
Is that the repercussions that we receive?
Using the keypad below, it seems you had some trouble with the
microwaving noodles?
I see what you were trying to type, and I will autocorrect it for you.
I love that emote so much.
Thank you for selecting Casual Bongos.
Oh, is that always bongos?
You
Now
know
that
what?
your
This is
elevator
fine.
experience has been
We're
customized to
redoing the
your
night
needs,
so that
and you're
Red
thoroughly
can see what
relaxed.
happened.
It's
Oh,
worth mentioning
Spider!
that
Thank you
due to
for
your
the
lackluster
16 gay
performance yesterday,
bits.
your pay has been decreased
You
by
just
a
ate
substantial
with
amount.
chopsticks for the first time
Please
2 weeks
enjoy
ago.
the
What
rest
did
of
you
your
think,
set.
Jen? See, Red, I got you. See? Now I kind of want ramen. I love chopsticks. I bought my own pairs of chopsticks off of Amazon. Thank you, Spider Queen. Is that the common denominator? Okay, guys.
Due to unforeseen malfunctions from today's shows, your nightly duties will require you to perform maintenance that you may or may not be skilled enough to
I think that's what
perform.
you're supposed to do, Bub.
It became necessary for technicians to attempt to disconnect Funtime
The
Freddy's
family
power
I ate with
module.
was very... Oh,
However,
cool!
they were
Good surprise,
unsuccessful.
right?
Allowing them to try again would be an inefficient path forward, as we
Oh.
would need to allow 6 to 8 weeks for recovery and physical therapy.
Well, that sounds fancy.
You will need to reach the parts and service room on the other side
really,
of
Raven?
Funtime
That sounds really
Auditorium to perform the procedure yourself.
I have red ones with like flowers
Let's
on them.
check on Ballora first and make sure she's on the stage. Great. It looks like everything is as it should be in Ballora Gallery. Let's check on Funtime Foxy. It's important to make sure she's on her stage before entering.
Clap! Don't bring me into this. What am I doing? Oh. Okay,
Great.
so I'm really not
It looks like
really
everything
far
is as
behind.
it should be in Funtime Auditorium.
I'm not gonna oh, you know
There
what?
is no need
do
to
I have
check
to
on
redo
Baby
that?
tonight. Please
plastic,
refrain from entering unauthorized areas. Proceed
baby
directly to Funtime Auditorium.
I have plastic for it. Wait, so can I skip this part? Or should we do it? I think we should do it. Because I'm not sure if it's like a part of the game or not. Bob, don't talk about my friend that way.
Circus gallery vent.
I'm single-handedly debunking the Asians are smart stereotype. If any of my friends call themselves dumb one more time in chat, they're gonna get banned. Red, I have that fancy, like, you know, my fork. So no, I there's some silverware I actually like. It has to be like a certain like texture though. Spades. I will single-handedly use so hard that you'll never think you're dumb ever again. Fried rice!
Did you know that I was on stage?
Cloud,
once?
I'll send you some green bean casserole
It
if
wasn't
you
for
send me
very
some fried
long.
rice.
Only one day. What a wonderful day, though. I was in a small room with balloons and a few tables. No one sat at the tables, though, but children would run in and out. Some were afraid of me. Others enjoyed my songs.
Oh, feed your Snorlaxes. You guys play
always
Pokemon
coming
Sleep.
from
Feed your
somewhere
Snorlaxes.
else, down a hall. I would always count the children. I'm not sure why. I was always acutely
potluck.
aware of how many there were in the room.
Have a good night, Jan. Jen, thank you for hanging out.
Then 3, then 2, then 3, then
Spider
4,
Queen.
then 2.
How dare you?
Then none. They usually played
Right
together
outside
in
that.
groups of 2 or 3. I was covered in glitter.
Spades.
I smelled like birthday cake.
Birthday cake.
There were 2, then 3,
Oh,
then 5,
Cloud.
then 4. I can do something special. Did you know that? I can make ice cream. Although I only did it once. There were 4, then 3, then 2.
Her voice is
then
really
1.
so soothing.
Something happened when I
Red,
was
no!
home. A little girl,
Not the mobile.
standing by herself. I was no longer myself.
Sorry, I'm feeding my Snorlax.
And I stopped singing. My stomach opened, and there was ice cream. I couldn't move, at least.
Really?
Not until she stepped closer. There was screaming
Hey,
for
Big.
a moment, but only for a moment.
Hi, Seals! Yeah,
Then
I
other
really
children
enjoy
rushed in again,
her voice.
But they couldn't hear her over the sounds of their own excitement.
Which is funny because
I still
she's
hear her
describing this
sometimes.
horrible murder that happened.
Why
But I'm
did
just
that
like,
happen?
wow, but her voice sounds so nice. For real, Scooty! Oh, am I done? Okay. Sorry, I'm cooking for my Snorlax. Ignore me. But she's so cute at the same time. Poor circus baby.
Motion trigger. Circus gallery vent.
See, I love baking, but it stresses me out sometimes too. I think it's because of all the dishes that come with baking.
Unlike Ballora, Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this
I'm on
reason,
Curry's
it's
for like the
important
third
to
week
keep
in a
the
row.
room dark,
Oh
as
my
to
god,
not
everyone shush.
accidentally activate her. You have been provided with a flash beacon. Use it if you need to get your bearings and to ensure you don't bump into anything. However, use it as sparingly as possible. Proceed forward to reach the parts and service room.
I heard that. Ah! I am going to. Oh my god. Yeah, Funtime Foxy can go Funtime Fox my ass. Go back to feed Snorlax. Oh my god. That sucked. I hated every second of that. I thought I was doing good. All right, we're doing this again. Everyone shush. No, no.
Unlike Ballora, Funtime Foxy is motion activated. For this reason, it's important to keep the room dark, as to not accidentally activate her. You have been provided with a flash beacon. Use it if you need to get your bearings and to ensure you don't bump into anything. However, use it as sparingly as possible. Proceed forward to reach the parts and service room.
We're good, chat. This is it. Easy. Easy! First try.
Motion trigger. Parts and service.
Great job reaching parts and service. It's great. Now locate the button under. Great. Now carefully locate and press the button next to Freddy's right eye. Great. Good job.
That
the
should
face
hurt a little
plates
bit.
should now be open. Locate and press the small button on the underside
I'm not
of
sure,
Freddy's
Raven.
endoskeleton
I'm actually not sure
jaw.
if it makes them mad or not. I want to say eggs. I can't remember the actual recipe. Eggs. Okay, what was I supposed to do? Oh, shoot. He said something about... Oh, God. Something. Ah!
Excellent. Great work.
Okay, so
You will
now
be
it's the bow tie,
required to
right?
remove the secondary power module
Man,
from the Bonnie
I
hand
remember
puppet.
this. I'm so smart.
Press the large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module.
Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Oh. Oh. Under his bow tie. Oh no, I scared him away! Oh, really, Scooty? Oh, I fucked that up then. Oh, there he is. Okay, chat, I got this. I hate his, like, rolling eyes. Where's the button? Oh, is that it? Oh, okay, I'm fine,
Press
I'm fine.
the large black button.
No, I got
beneath
this.
Bonnie's bow
I
tie
literally
to
have
release
this.
the power
Oh,
module.
I'm sorry, I scared him. I'm sorry. Why am I apologizing? He murdered me! Like, I'm trying not to scare him. Where are you, bunny? Alright. Where is he? Charlie. Oh my god. Hello, I'd like to introduce you guys to my doggy. His name is Charlie. I don't know where he is. You're supposed to do it on the blue one? I think this one, yeah. Right? Because this
Press
is
the
Bonnie.
large black button beneath Bonnie's bow tie to release the power module.
Where is he? Oh. Alright. Alright, chat. We're gonna snipe this. Are you guys ready? We're gonna snipe it. Snipe, snipe, snipe. Oh my god. I'm actually really scared. Oh!
Great job.
First try!
You've acquired both power modules.
Can you guys hear him?
This completes your tasks for the night. Please exit the building through Funtime
Hi, Bub.
Auditorium, and we'll see you back here again tomorrow.
Is that really the end of the night? Why do I keep messing up literally right before the end of the night? Each night. Whew. I got it first try though. Char char. Oh, I think an Amazon package was delivered. Okay. Cool. Thanks, Amazon. Beat him up. Who am I beating up? Oh! I just remembered. I'm in Foxy's room. I thought I was in the vent for a second, and I was like, oh, I'm in the vent. Okay. Oh, you said don't use the lights. But I have to use the lights, because if I don't use the lights, then I no see. I don't even see Foxy. I didn't even see Foxy.
Daddy,
I didn't even see Foxy.
have you seen her make balloons?
Did you see that?
To her?
Fuck you, Red. Red, just kidding. Kiss me right in my mouth. What is happening?
Be still and quiet. You've been sleeping for quite a while. I think they noticed that you never left the building last night. The cameras were searching for
Am
you.
I in Circus
They couldn't
Baby?
find you. I have you hidden too well. I kidnapped you.
Wait, so was me dying from Foxy scripted then? Red. Bad Red. Oh.
Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you.
I'm like moving.
I'm only going to keep you for a little while.
I'm not a fucking pet.
Try not to wiggle, though.
Meow.
You're inside something that came from my old
Oh, I'm wiggly.
pizzeria. I
Oh, I'm
don't
wiggly.
think it was ever used. At least not the way it was meant to be used. Too dangerous.
Sorry, that was my ALEXA.
It's just big
I
enough
can't
for
watch
one
that right
person
now.
to fit inside.
I'm the circus baby. Why do I sound like a seagull?
Do you know why they call it?
Bitch,
the
are you still
scooper
speaking?
room? It's because, dummy, this is the room where they use the scooper. I thought that would be obvious.
That's what I called my vagina.
Isn't that a fun name for something? The scooper. It sounds like something you would use for ice cream, or custard, or sprinkles. It sounds like something you would want at your birthday party.
It's an Iron Man. It does. It does look like one, doesn't it, Jandy? What is this red thing over here?
I wonder, though, if you were a freshly opened bin device.
Scoops ahoy! I actually said that every time I climaxed. Woo! Is this bitch still speaking?
It sounds like someone else is in the building.
Quinn, welcome in. Sorry that you had to hear that.
Forward. One. More. Okay, stop. Set it down. Watch the step. This time.
Hey, get me out of here! Welcome in, Gwen. Get me out of this!
15 minutes, and this place gives me the creeps. We just get this over with. It's all automatic.
Would they take my voice box or something? Red's gonna retire. Yeah, Red's put in her 2 weeks. talking about exotic butters. Ooh. Is that Ballora? Maybe we like exotic butters. What's so exotic about them?
There's something very important that I've learned how to do.
Get me out of here.
Do you know what that is? How to pretend. Do you ever play make-believe?
Yeah.
Pretend to be one
I
way
think it's Ballora, yeah.
when you are really the other. It's very important. Ballora never learns. But I do.
Red.
They think there is something wrong.
I like to pretend that I'm a functioning adult.
The only thing that matters.
That's alright, Gwen. I guess I pick it up what you're putting down.
How to pretend.
Oh, that seemed normal. Oh, Panda.
For you. That way they can find you on the cameras. Now all you have to do is wait. I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing
Are they
and your
these?
heartbeat are causing them to come loose. You don't want them to get too loose. Trust me.
Oh, okay. That seems easy. Oh, this seems like Five Nights at Freddy's 2 with that goddamn puppet thing. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what is that? What is that? Do you guys see that thing? Oh. Okay, don't worry about it anymore. The fuck? The fuck is going on, Richard? Okay, I wasn't crazy. Like, I saw something, right? What's it? This isn't too bad. Oh, is it? Oh my god, that was like almost dead. Is this like an easy? You can. I can barely see too. This is like really hard to see. It's like pitch black. I see that fucker though. Ah! Okay, so wiggling. Ah! Am I not supposed to wiggle? This red Ballora eyes drive me insane, by the way. I can barely see. I'm not gonna lie. Ah! Okay, no, I saw that. Oh my god, there was one spring thing. Oh my god. Okay, I'm not ah! What is that? What is that? Okay, oh my god, this is like almost done. Are those things crawling inside of me? Okay, I'm so confused. Am I doing it right? What am I supposed to be doing right now? I'm not gonna lie. Ooh, the little clipping sound is kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of like a satisfying, like, it's kind of satisfied right now. I'm not. Ooh, what is that? Oh, chat. I think I might die. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh, shoot. Oh, boots. Oh, no. It is soothing. I really like the, like, tick, 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 tick. Did I win? Oh, I hurt my tummy. Honestly, that kind of, like, scratched my ear holes a little bit. Hi, Darren. I'm not gonna lie. I don't mind having to redo that again because I liked the clicking.
Also, thank you very much for the follows, guys. Wait, really, Gwen? Oh, that's dope. Wait, do I have to watch that again?
I'll open the faceplates.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, because I don't have to watch the whole thing.
Find you on the cameras.
Anyone else have a hard time seeing this?
All you have to do is wait.
I'd
recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up. Your breathing and your heartbeat are causing them to come loose.
Breathing. Look at you and you're breathing. You shouldn't be breathing.
Trust me.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Well, then why don't we just all stop breathing? Very cool. The ones at the bottom are not an issue, but the ones going up the sides are a threat. Oh, so like this fucker? Yeah! Oh, but like when I moved, so when I moved though, so when I move, it makes these things go red. Okay, so don't move, but also move and get them off of you. Okay, so you know what? This game wasn't supposed to be hard, and now it's starting to get hard. Oh, for legal reasons, I am not asking chat to stop breathing. For legal reasons. Okay. It's fine. This is fine. Just don't breathe. Oh, I see you. Should I wait till like he gets to the top or something? Can I like click him off? Oh, get up. Okay, that's fine. There's gotta be a strat to this. I wonder how, oh, okay, that's unsettling. Oh, that's unsettling. I wonder how long I have to do this for. I did the clicking sound is really nice, though. Click, 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 click. When it gets to the top, oh, okay. Oh my god! Oh my god. When it gets to the top is what there very much is a strategy. Oh no. But you see, I'm a dumb person. Oh, okay. So it looks like these things have to just go in a 360. That's fine. 4.5 minutes?! I can't even count that high. Oh, shoot in my boot. Oh no. Oh, chat, what did I tell you guys? I told you guys to stop breathing! Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, no. Oh, did you guys see that? Oh, poop. Oh, poopies. Oh, no. Oh, no! So these are spring locks, right? So it's gonna be like the movie. The lore, chat! The lore! I see you. I see you, little bitch tit. You little... Alright, who wants to... Oh! Oh. I was gonna say, who wants to pop? What am I doing? How do I jump? Oh. Shift is jump. That's new. Oh, here. Oh! Wait. How do I throw? Oh. Oh, I already forgot the button. Wait. Oh, do I have to feed you? Oh, I have to feed you multiple times. Okay, I got you. I got you, fam! Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Shift. Shift. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Well, I'm fresh out. Sorry, puppies. Oh, no, I got more. So what does green do? Oop, wrong button. Oh! I didn't mean to do that. Oh, it just goes on forever. Can I just keep this for me? Am I being timed? Oh, no. Am I being timed? Oh.
Hello, that is for you, sweet child. All right, I'm all out of cupcakes, guys. Fresh out. Don't look at me so expectantly. Oh no. I'm dead. Give me the keyboard. Yeah, give me the keyboard and keep my soul living by rock and roll the simple way. 2 for pink, only 1 for green. You fell in the hole? I'm meant to do that. Is this game supposed to be hard? This game sucks. When you get the green, stay behind the kids.
I'll open the faceplates for you.
Okay, so blue does the triple, right?
On the cameras.
Pink does too. Okay.
Now all you have to do is wait. I'd recommend that you keep the spring locks wound up.
Take it for the follow. Welcome in.
Them to come loose. You don't want them to get too loose. Trust me.
I'm not gonna lie, Circus Baby Balor, whatever your name is. There's not a whole lot of trust between me and you. I don't feel the trust. NGL. Am I supposed to be like doing this? Because it seems like they go down a lot faster, like as like the night progresses. See, this is why I didn't want to play Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Because I don't like the whole, like, puppet box, the marionette box. The constant winding, the multitasking. See, I'm not good at video games. I'm not. That's why I play horror games, because horror games are linear, you know? And then there's this that makes me have to use me noggin. Me noggin not as noggin as it used to. Oh my god. The eye contact is really, like, you know, pass. You know? Pass. Oh, there's 2 of them. You see, like, what are these things? You know what they look like? They look like those, like, practice dolls that people use to draw for, like, anatomy. That's what they look like. So I got little, like, anatomical puppet things coming into my belly. So would it be, like, better for me to, like, to wait for him to crawl up as tall as he can? Oh, look, because there's a second one. So maybe that's, like, my anatomical puppet management. Here, I'll do this one, and I'll go, doo-doo. Yeah. Okay, so that's my anatomical puppet management there. Look at that. So I wait until I get 1 on each side. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down! How long am I supposed to do this for? Oh no! Oh no! Ah! Oh no! Oh no! Stop with the red lights are really, like, unsettling. Ah! Oh, okay, no, it's fine. Oh. Oh no! Oh no! Chat! Oh, I'm gonna die. How do I do this? Okay, but the clicky clicks are very satisfying. Ah! I shook! Alright, I'm giving this one last try. And then I'm having some, it does sound like a typewriter. I'm giving this one last try before I get like my brother. I'm gonna call my brother. Matt, after work, I need you to beat a video game for me. I'm one last try. Wait, marionettes? They're artist study dolls. Oh, are they? I'm so smart.
The faceplates for you.
I can watch the stream in VR. Wait, can you play this game in VR?
Now all you have to do.
I don't care because I don't have VR anyway, so. I feel like I was doing so well.
The spring locks wound.
I don't know. I feel like I was doing really well.
You're breathing.
You're falling asleep during this madness?
You don't want them to get too loose. Trust me.
Wait, so you can play this in VR or no? No? Okay. How are you sleeping during this? No, for it's honestly, I've been told so many times that people fall asleep to me screaming, like when I stream. People are like, oh man, I fall asleep to your streams all the time. It's the soothing sound of your screams. So I'm not gonna lie. Like, people tell me that they fall asleep to me screaming. And that's on trauma. The soothing sounds of my parents screaming when I was younger. Ooh, too real. Anywho, one more college try, chat. I see you, little titty twister. Titty twister. Oh my god, I sounded like Scooby fucking Doo. Wait, stop. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Why is this one going down so much? Stop. Moon, I love your voice. You stop that right now. Scoop? Oh, I see you. I don't know if my knob management is as good as it could be. Zoinks! Jinkies! Oh no, fam. Oh no. Oh no. See, this is where it's going all downhill, isn't it? Oh no! Oh no! Oh, you see, this is where I die. This is it. This is it. This is it. That's it. So I found the tricks. Nope, I'm already done. I'm already done. We're moving on. New game. I'm not playing this game anymore. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what else I could be doing, you know? Exit game. Yeah, get the fuck out of my face, you bitch ass. Whew. Giveaway time. You know what? You're so smart and talented and tall. Yes, I would like to know the tricks, because I'm definitely doing something wrong. Like, I feel like I'm so close yet so far. What game do you wish you could play for the first time again? Oh god. Oh god. Probably a horror game, right? So you get the jump scares, right? Let me look at my Steam library. You know what? Right off the bat, I'm gonna say Halo Reach, because the story for Halo Reach was really good. Oh, LA Noire. That was a good one. Oh, you know what? The Telltale Walking Dead. That was such a good game. I actually never finished playing it myself. I just like watched, I think it was like Ray Narvaez Jr. play it. But I never finished playing it myself. I never finished like actually I never finished watching it either. Huh. What's Halo? Halo? The incredible first-person shooter game, Halo? What game? Oh, I just read that. Did you figure out Don't Scream, by the way? No. We tried to play it, the other day, and my camera was so borked that,
We played it, but like I didn't finish it. I haven't played the Halo series. I love the Halo series. Resident Evil 5. I don't think I ever played Resident Evil 5. Did I? No. No, I played Resident Evil 6. I don't think I played Resident Evil 5. I actually can't even think of Resident Evil 5. Who are the main characters? Is it Leon? Yeah, I'm gonna go with those. Is with Chris. Oh, okay. So I played 5, but I never finished it. So it's a 3-minute game. You want to start from the top left, and go counterclockwise. Only winding up each lock to be at the 12 o'clock position. Only shake when the thing on the right is at the top, and her head goes off the screen. That one will always be the one you want to look at the most. Other than that, it's really up to RNG. The AI and RE5. I don't remember. Could I send Shiva? Yeah, I only played a little bit of that one. I never finished it. What am I doing? Giveaways! Create a giveaway. So this is called Emote Sticker Giveaway. On solid ground. So call me Superman. Be there holding my hand. Ba-ba-bam. What should the keyword be? With a stun baton will always haunt me. No, I definitely didn't get past there then. Why you're so tired? You're so sleepy? Well, the thing is, you got out of bed early, and so that probably like messed up your whole like schedule, because that usually happens with me. Yeah, if I don't finish my nap, or if I like don't finish like my post-nap lay in bed on phone time, I get so sleepy. I never played Revelations either, but I used to watch Michael from Rooster Teeth play it. What should the keyword be for the giveaway? Oh my god, wait. So, okay, so there's two ways to start this giveaway with MooBot at least. You could type a keyword in chat and then and then it picks someone random, right? I was thinking that, Cloud, right? Or there is guessing a random number in chat, and I could do a number between 1 and 1,000, and whoever guesses the right number is the winner. So it's all about people typing in numbers in chat. I think that would be super fun. Let's do the number. Hi, Ginger, whatever. No, you. We'll do that one. 1 through 100? Hell no! Because the thing is, people get unlimited chances to guess. I think I'll do 1 through 1,000. Yeah, 1 through 1,000, yeah. Oh, MooBot will generate a random number. Oh, so it won't even be me. So you guys can't do 69. Oh, I mean, it might be 69, but I for the record, I would not put 69 because that would just be too obvious. So it says MooBot will generate a random number in the given range, and the participants must guess the number by typing it in chat. The first participant to type the correct number is declared as the winner. So I think it has to be just the number too. It can't just be I guess 100. I think it just has to be just the number. So we're gonna do that. So create. All right, you guys can start typing numbers in chat then. Wait, hold on, I'm trying to pin this thing, guys. Stop typing in chat. I know it's funny. I don't even know the number. I don't even know it. So it's 1 through 1,000. This is so fun. Oh my god, the number attempts are wild. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, if you guys, oh, here, let me show you what you guys are winning, by the way. So it is for a pack of like my emote stickers. So I have like a bunch of stickers that are like 3 inches by 3 inches. 157 attempts have been made. Holy poop. Oh my god. This is actually really funny. Anybody can enter, by the way. It doesn't matter where you live. I'll send it to wherever. You don't have to be following. There's really no rules. It's just type in the number and win, and then basically I just gotta be comfortable giving me your address or like a P.O. box or something. But I have like a whole bunch of stickers I'll send you of my emotes. Some are emotes that aren't even in use anymore. Like, we don't even use this emote anymore. We have a different one now. I wish I knew what the number was. 324 attempts have been made. Is there a way to like find out what the number is? No. No, what's funny is that Moobot is probably like bugged. Hi Joker, hi Goblin, hi Pumpkin. Come on guys, guess 1 through 1,000. Yeah, so Darren, I actually thought it wouldn't be, Cloud, it's 1 through 1,000. I actually didn't think, I thought it would be found a lot faster, but you're right, 1,000 may have been too much. It's actually kind of fun this way. 474 attempts. So what happens if we get to 1,000 attempts? No, are we done playing the game? Oh, I think so. I was actually gonna see if I can reinstall, because I uninstalled it. Let me see if I can reinstall Five Nights at Freddy's 3 and see like how much it like ruins my numbers. Red, you are so bad. Red is literally counting from 0. Let me see if Five Nights at Freddy's 3 will install and how much it'll like ruin my game or my stream while I do it. Oh wow, it installed in 30 seconds. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna try Five Nights at Freddy's 3 again. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of loving this. This is actually really funny. There have been 700 attempts. 755 attempts. So we have to be just like bouncing around the number, right? You see, I would do angel numbers. I'm gonna say, if I had picked the number, it would have been 888. I'm just saying. I would have picked an angel number. I would have. What's your bad romance? I love that Red is counting up by 909 attempts have been made. Oh my god, what if it was 1,000, Chuck? It would be so funny. Double is 1 through 1,000. Spades 1 through 1,000. 979 attempts. All right. Wait. What the fuck just rang my doorbell? Oh, my cat food was delivered. Thank you, Amazon. So now over 1,000 attempts have been made. How fun. Oh, Boo. When was Boo down here? All right. Well, you guys do that. We're gonna swap to Five Nights at Freddy's, Five Nights at Freddy's, Freddy's 3, because I'm so confident that I could get past wherever the French toast I was at. I don't remember where I was at though. I see what you're doing, Joker. So we have Red going up by 1. We have Joker going down by 1. So someone's gonna get it, right? I'm so curious what this number is gonna be. What if one person starts at 1, one person starts at 101, one person starts at 201,
One person starts at 301, and just like that, just keep going up, up, up. Well, someone will find it, right? Hey, can I go to the bathroom while you guys are doing this? What number hasn't been guessed yet? Wait! Red got it! Red got it! It was 201! No way! I'm not gonna lie. That was the best giveaway we've ever done. I am only doing giveaways like that from now on. Hi, Alice! Yo, Alice, welcome in. You guys actually had really good timing. Rigged. Oh my god, it was rigged. Oh my god. What's up, Babu8119? What's up, Alice? That was seriously so funny. Oh my god. You got down to 910? Oh, so it's like you guys actually, like, had strategies. Okay. First person to reply to this message, get the stickers. Cloud gets them. That was seriously so much fun, guys. All right, Cloud. I'll message you for your Addy. Well, I'm pretty sure I already have your address, but I'll make sure. Yo, mama! Slay. Alice, how was your stream? Oh, Fortnite. I actually have an idea that I was like, oh, hey, what if I do a Fortnite open lobbies? It's the same. Okay, good. Have a good day, Darren! Darren, I hope you have an excellent rest of your day at work. Alice, how was your Fortnite? We do have another giveaway planned. It's going to be a merch giveaway where basically I'm just going to have you guys just tell me what merch you want from my store and I'll just send it to you. No, we'll do that. Oh, Cloud. Okay, so I see. So it's fair. There we go. So she gets your G Fuel and you get the stickers. Do you already have the stickers, Cloud? I mean, I don't care if you do. I mean, they're gonna go to someone anyway. We're just trading giveaway wins. Honestly, I love it. But the next giveaway is at 2,500 experience points. And what was I gonna say? And it's gonna be merch giveaway.
Drop dead gorgeous and cute and hot and yum and you and as just file love you.
Hot and yum. Oh, you only had the bubble buddy? Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'll make sure that you get all the stickers then. Perfect. Yeah, mod 1. I gotta take the gun out. Stupid adult dates. Everyone, please make sure you guys are following Alice. Alice is one of my amazing moderators. Go follow Alice. And go ask Alice. And when she's 10 feet tall, a pumpkin. Hi, Willie! Alice, seriously, thank you so much for the raid. Go tell the doggies I said, a wolf. They'll know what that means. They'll know what that means. But yeah, so the next one's at 2,500. At 2,500 experience points. And this goes on for like a week. This goes on until the 17th. And so this is just going to be extra stuff throughout the week. And then I have other things I want to do giveaways of, by the way. Like, for example, G Fuel sent me these Halloween reskins of Hype Sauce. So we have a Hype Sauce Halloween reskin. We have a Blue Ice Halloween reskin. And we have a Watermelon Limeade Halloween reskin. Look at how the zombied out that is. And I don't need these. I already have them. Already have normal ones of them. Thank you for the follow. I love your name. So we'll probably have giveaways of this throughout the week. I don't have any plans for them specifically. Like, they're not, like, in the community goals. It's just pretty much going to be like, you know what? Hey, like, hey, thanks for that raid. Hey, let's do a giveaway now or something. I don't know. I think that would be, like, just fun to just do them randomly. And they're not going to be for people who subbed or people who donate or anything. It could be for, like, anybody who, like, is in chat or whatever. So no paywalls for this one, for these ones. Quality Robert, you like it? Hi, PG! No, but the watermelon one is so good.
Oh, you can't take the caffeine? Oh, that sucks. Oh. Well, you have a hydration one coming to you. So I just finished my attempts at a sister location. I gave up because it got too hard. But I will try the strat that you just gave me, Cloud.
Are we about to kiss right now?
33 months?
So long.
Let me buy a tub off you. I'll do you better, Ginger. You can buy a tub from G Fuel and use my code. Or you can win one of my giveaways. Because that's not the only giveaways I have. That's just some of the ones I have like right next to me. Yo, bite size, think.
Joka, stop. I'm talking.
What was I saying? Sorry, I got distracted. Bite size, thank you for the 33 months? Sheesh! Holy crap. Wait, what flavor? I already forgot what it was. I think it was like a, was it Shiny Splash? I already forgot. You know, I have the form up right here. Yeah, it was Shiny Splash. So it's like a blueberry lemonade hydration. Pro tip, if you guys are going to drink hydration formula from G Fuel, use less powder than you think because that shit is concentrated. Oh, Peach, it's so good because it's just without the caffeine. It's just flavored water. But yeah, definitely use less powder because that shit is concentrated as hell. And so it's very just like intense. The first time I made a hydration formula, I had to like pour half of it into like another bottle and then fill the rest of it with water, and then it was good. What if I want to eat G Fuel? So it's not the paste, although I do still have, oh, you know what? I bet I could give away some of these too. Because I still have these G Fuel energy crystals. Oh my God. I forgot that they had these. Is this one open? Yeah, this one's sealed. This one's open. Sour cherry. So it's like Pop Rocks. Oh my God. It's like G Fuel, oh God. It's like G Fuel Pop Rocks. I don't know why they discontinued them. They're good as hell. I wonder how many I have. So this one's open, so it was mine. Hold on. Oh my God. I don't know if you guys can hear it. You guys hear it? So it's in my, wait, can you guys hear it? Oh, you guys hear me burp? Sorry. Anywho. I'm in this PixelxKitten cup that my daddy made for me. So let's see. Which ones are sealed? Oh, these are open. So I got a phase berry. Green apple. This one's open. And blue ice. So it looks like I have... Is it really just these three? So I have these 3 sealed ones. So I have a blue ice, and a phase berry. So I could give these away too. Ah, Pop Rocks and burps, my favorite. Yeah, I'm sorry about the burp. Send out the open ones so we get pixel cooties. You know what? I want to try the green apple one. Oh my God, there's like no green apple left. Look, that's all that's left. Pronoun check. My pronouns are she and they. Thank you for asking. Oh, Joka, oh my God, from day one, I have told people how blessed I am to have my parents. They are so like ridiculously supportive of me. Enjoy Lucky Turkey, Raven. Yeah, they've been so ridiculously supportive of me. It's like, it's sinful how like nice they are. And I understand how lucky I am too. Oh, wow. I can see why the green apple's almost empty. Oh, wow, that's really good. I'm salivating a lot, though. Oh, my God. Hi, Boo. Want to say hi? Want to say hi? Boo, want to say hi? I'm sorry, Charlie. I love you. I promise we're going to go to Five Nights at Freddy's. I promise. We can do a giveaway for them. What's up, Star
Kitty! Oh my god, I hope you're doing so good! I just recently told my dad how I felt, and I was very stressed, and of course, he made himself out to be the victim. Period. Aren't adults supposed to be, like, adults?
Boob for sub for boobs. No. A sub for boobs, not my boobs. No. A sub for.
Should we do another giveaway? You guys want to do a giveaway? 5 gifted subs! Let's do a giveaway! What do you think, guys? Should we do a giveaway? Should we do a giveaway for one of the Pop Rocks? Whee! Mama, what the fuck? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Yo, if you guys got gifted sub, make sure you say, oh, thank you. Mwah. Mwah. All right. Also, Mama, I know it's not Halloween anymore, but I'm still gonna put your name on my wall. You are seriously so sweet. What the hell? Yo, if you guys got to give a sub, seriously, enjoy your subby. And hey, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just do a giveaway. My mom gets annoyed that I've raised money for charity instead of for myself. I don't even know what to think about that. I don't even know. All right, let's do another giveaway, chat. Oh. There you go. Sorry. Oh, that already came up. This is actually, like, a really pretty, like, sign. Like, look at that. Look, it even has, like, her picture. And she's so pretty. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, chat! All right, we'll do. All right, chat, we'll do another giveaway. So this, we'll do one of the blue ice. We'll do one for the blue ice crystals. All right, so let's do archive. Create giveaway. And this is for blue ice G Fuel crystals. All right, we'll do a random number. Well, okay, so what should we do the random number through? 1 through what? 1 through 500, or is that too low? Yo, rocks, moi. 669, 690. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, is that what? Yes, it was Peach. So Moobot has 2 different ways to do giveaways. One is by typing a keyword in chat, and then Moobot will just pick like a random person that typed in a keyword. But I think this one is more fun. 1 through 2. All right, let's do we'll do 1 through 669 because that's slightly less, right? And if that's too much, then we'll do 420. So 1 through 669. All right, ready, set, go. So this is for the blue ice energy crystals. Again, I don't care if you're following. I don't care if you're subbed. I don't care where you are. I'll send it to you. And then let me get Mama's sign. I still have the Halloween ones. All right, deal. It's Halloween all year round. All right. But seriously, thank you for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate it. Teenage Wasteland, Mama Kiara. Wasted. And then I promise we're gonna play Five Nights at Freddy's. But yeah, I'm not gonna do giveaways any other way from now on. This is how the giveaways are gonna be. 669. Oh! Rigged! Bumblicus, what did you guess? 412? Was that it? 430? Bumblicus guessed it. It was 430, it looks like. So looks like 430 was the last one that you guessed. All right, cool. Well, Bub, I might have to ask you what your address is. I don't know if I remember it. Or if I have it stored somewhere. Yeah! Hi, Lemon!
412 or 430. It was one of those. Don't worry, guys. So this is for Bub. We'll set this aside. And then we still have 2 more. Lemon Squares, I love you so much. I'm seriously so sorry. So Lemon Squares tweeted out that she and other Canadians were like invited to be a part of this hype challenge. And then they were like, nah, JK, and like took it out. Joka, how'd you know? So they Twitch said LOL JK. That's seriously so shitty. But Mama, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I hope you like your bat. It's freaking bats. I love Halloween. That's right. We got 2 more. We got 2 more. And who knows? Maybe I have more of these hanging around. I actually didn't even know I had them. So. Excuse me. Sorry, I burped. Were you really panned out to see pictures? I bet you were so cute. How do I enter the Pixel Visits Me giveaway? You already won. You already won. Easy peasy. Also, hi, Shabby. Yeah, you guys are seriously so fast at typing. So there were 307 attempts for this one. And there were, what, like, over 1,200 for the other one? My self-righteous suicide. Or, over 1,500. I have ones for my cat, and they don't like them. My cats don't like dressing up. They're really boring. Albert Whisker. Oh, I gotta change the game audio. You're gonna bark at me, aren't you? I can tell you're about to bark at me. I can tell. Oh, it's already there. Cool. You wanna bark at me? Huh? You wanna fight? Huh? Wanna fucking fight? Wanna fucking go? Hi, this is Boo. Boo says, subscribe. Use Twitch Prime. You got a booger. You got a booger. A booger. Okay. Okay. Go later. Go later. So needy. I request the cat that you threw. Oh my god. Where is she? So, Joka was playing, I think it was Outlast 2. And I was watching her play Outlast 2. And I was holding my cat, like, in my arms like this. And there was a jump scare that I literally, like, threw her. I felt so bad. It was a good jump scare, though. It was fun to put on my cat, but she was about to slink under the bed. Poor baby. I'm telling you, Joka, I wish I had, at the time, a memory card in my camera that I have down here, so that I could have, like, gone back and recorded it. Hi, Jen! I know! Oh my god, you gotta understand, because I, like, so my camera down here, like, shows all my basement, for, like, I don't know, security and to watch my dogs when I'm not here, whatever. And, I didn't have a memory card in it at the time, so I couldn't, like, go back and, look at the footage. I was so sad. Yo, Tiger Girl, mwah. Enjoy your daily forehead kissy. Also, if I've missed anybody's messages, it's not because I don't like you, it's because I'm not very smart. So, I'm sorry. Can you guys hear the game okay? Hi, Tiger Girl. But, the next giveaway is for a merch giveaway. You guys can pick the merch. I don't care. I'm easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. You know? We're in the 4th night? Did you really, Panda? Oh my god, I can't wait to see it. Thank you so much. How do I play this game again? Oh god. Oh god. Close this. Okay. Alright, we're on night 4 of Five Nights at Freddy's 3.
After learning of an unfortunate
oh, there he is!
sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring water failures, the company has deemed
okay, he's right here.
temporarily unfit for employees.
What's up, Ghosty? them! I left my donuts at the shop and went back 4 hours later, ready to plead for them. Not only were they still there, there was an extra donut! Silver. Video error. Oh, I'm gonna have to get used to this game again. What kind of donuts were they? Oh, did you guys see those Scooby-Doo donuts from like Krispy Kreme? I wanted them so bad. What? Ah! That's homophobic. My art. Timbits? Donut holes! Makes me want a hot dog real bad. Look like the 4th of July. So remember, what was it, like a couple streams ago, I told you guys that I really wanted a hot dog? Did you guys know? I did get my hot dog, by the way. I made my hot dog. I made my kosher beef. Fuck! Fuck! I told you guys, it's gonna take me a second to get used to the game. I made my kosher beef francs. It was so good! Yeah! Bitch! I should probably start playing this game or something. Did you really? There is something like so like sluterific about, oh no. Did you guys see that? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, chat. Oh no. There's something so sluterific about hot dogs though. Springtrap's here. Did you see that? He was right there. It made me crave pancakes. Ah! Shoot. I gotta play audio. Come on. Come on, go over there. Ah! It's okay, Charlie. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Sarkity, have you ever had those pancake, what are they called? Corn dogs. So they're corn dogs, but they're pancakes instead of like the cornbread, and it's wrapped around a sausage instead of a hot dog. Do you guys have those? No. Hold on. I think I have them. Alright. I lied. I only have regular corn dogs at the moment, but I get them at my local Aldi. I was so ready to just like share them with you guys. I get them at my local Aldi. Hold on, let me see if I can find a picture of it. Yeah, they're Jimmy Dean. Hold on. Apparently they're available at Target. Here. Oh, does this show my location? No. They're literally so good. They're like a safe food for me. Yeah, they're Jimmy Dean. So it looks like they're H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Sam's Club, Jewel Osco. But yeah, they're safe food for me. I 100% recommend them. They're so good. Hi, Mocha Bob! Sorry, we were talking about food. So naturally, I got very excited about it. Okay. Alright, that's right. That was my warm-up game. That was my mulligan. Sarkity, excellent. Excellent.
Hi.
I need to do
I think what fucked me before is I didn't do proper spring trap management. I think I just need to do better spring trap management. Because that's when I start to lose it, you know?
Hi.
I'm doing really good, Mocha. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know I'm streaming like I'm streaming on a totally unscheduled day, right? Like I'm streaming on a Tuesday. Oh, poop. And I'm streaming like, I think I started streaming at like noon. So totally random time, but like, I don't know. I feel good. Like, I feel like I feel happy right now. And I'm not gonna lie, I haven't felt happy in a while, unfortunately. Ah! Poop in my butt! So I feel good. I feel really good right now. Oh no, Spades, you know what? Probably because you haven't fucking eaten anything! Maybe you should eat something!
Hello?
Raise your hand if you think that Spades should eat something and drink something. You know what? Oh no! I hear you. No. You can't pull the wool over my eyes. I see everything. Well, I hear everything. I heard it. I think that everybody in chat right now, if you have not eaten and... Oh, I'm so sorry. Sir, I have a question. Question. How did he get there? How did he get there? Ah! Ow, my back. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And how did he get there? Maybe it was through a vent. If you have not eaten today, or if you have not drank anything today, can you please make sure you eat and drink something, please? Thank you very much. You had Coke. You had Coke Zero. Shut up! Go put some real food and real water on your body. How dare you? How dare you speak to me like that? You're not my dad. Daddy. You know, I bet he went from here. He did. He went from here all the way to here into that room. That's what happened. You little cum guzzler.
Hello?
2 chocolate frosted donuts. Brag about it. It sounds delicious.
Hi.
Actually. I really wanted those Scooby-Doo Krispy Kremes. And now, I saw a picture. I saw like an ad for these like fall autumnal Krispy Kremes that have like maple syrup on them and autumnal leaves and stuff, and they look so pretty. But I have too much anxiety to leave my house to get them for myself. So I'm just gonna look at them at the ad and just like lick me chops. Hello? Oh no. Wait, is he right there? No, he's not. Oh, Mango! Oh! Fuck you, Mango! Oh, he's an event! Did you just have a nap, Coach? And the vents was him leaving there? Oh, I see. Chaotic. I hope he had a good nap. Ugh, it's been chaotic without you. I'm not gonna lie. Man, this is hard. If anybody has any sort of like backseating tips, I am open. Open, willing, ready. Where are you, you little cum guzzler? Oh, there he is. You see his little eyes right next to me? Does don't die work? We'll find out. Are you telling me not to die? Oh, yeah, there he is, there he is, there he is. Let's get him into 9.
Hello?
Oh, poop. Backseat tip, don't be scared, you got this. Now we're even. Oh my god. Alright, no more
tips! Don't let him in the office. Don't die. Alright, so he's back there. Oh! Ah! That was quite jarring. Like, I saw his, like, slender-ass man-looking body, and I was like, ooh. He's in a vent again! Poop! Oh, hell, It's 1 a.m. Springtrap! This is so hard! I feel like that's like such good advice, Chaotic, but then I'm like, and then I try to do it and I just go, duh. Me no do it. Me no do good. I can't do it. Alright, where are you, my little pumpernickel? Oh, I found him. Alright, so he's at 9. He's not 9 anymore. Oh, wait. He's right here. He's right here. Me human thinks you do you good too, human. Oh, poop. I'm getting so many motion at my front door notifications. I think maybe just like getting a bunch of deliveries or something. Maybe it's like Amazon food delivery day. Okay, so he's right there. Because I have cat food that was delivered earlier. Oh, he's in the vent. He's in a vent. He's in a vent. He's in a vent. He's right there. I should just close it, right? I think I should close it. Damn. How did he get there so fast? Oh, you know what? I didn't close it fast enough. That's what it was. I don't think I closed it fast enough. This is so I went from night 1, night 2, night 3, no problem. And then I get to night 4 and I just I can't do it, man. You know what? Let's do a different strat. Come. Let's close this one. Normally I'm closing the 14 because it just goes straight to my office. But he seems to be favoring that side, at least now, for this RNGesus. Oh, there he is. Hello. Okay, let's get you to 9.
Hello?
I like 9. 9 is my safe space for you. Okay, cool, he's there. Hello, little eyeball. Avoid camp 8. Okay. Oh, poop. Can you guys hear the game okay, by the way? Oh, shoot. Okay. Stay there. Be a good boy. Oh, okay. We gotta close this. Oh, actually, that doesn't close. I gotta do it. Okay. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, thank you, Soul Man.
for the marionette. So I was told that the marionette is unavoidable. Is that true? So I know that's the trick with I know that's the trick with Balloon Boy, is to swap off the camera. But does that also work with the question answered? Man, I am so good at this video game, chat. I see you, Fredward. I see you, Freddy. Oh. Oh. But as soon as I clicked back to 8. Interesting. Fuck. So do I just like avoid 8 forever? Ugh, it's hard. I have no clue where he is now. Oh no. So I was told to play an audio in cam 2 if he's there. But that has so far not worked. It hasn't worked once, getting him out of the area. So I don't know if if Springtrap going by the door means that like you're pretty much over, or maybe there's like just a low chance for getting him to camera 2. We're gonna do it. Oh, chaotic. Okay, that makes so much sense. If he's an 8, he can't spawn. That's so obvious. I love it. Okay. Well, let's get your ass an 8. Come on. Come on. Get your ass an 8. Oh. Hello. Hey, what's up, champ? Wait, so what stickers do you have? I'll send you whatever. I don't care. You get doubles. You get triples. All right, he's still there, which is good. Actually, I want to play audio here. Poop. Radiant! Oh my god! Raiden, how the absolute French toast was your stream? Oh, he's in a vent! He's in a vent! Oh, he's already here. This game is dumb. Hi, Radiant. How was your stream? How was your Dead by Daylight? Hi, Tiny Tiger, wearing your necklace today. Oh, one of them. Why aren't you afraid of this game? I think I'm at this point where, cause like this game, it's like the same scares. It's like the same thing over and over, and I think I'm just like more like driven right now to beat Springtrap than to get scared. There are some jump scares that still get me though. How is Dead by Daylight? Have you played the Stranger Things since they've come back? When the player looks at Cam 8 and Cam 8, the image of a normal, non-burnt puppet in the hallway will show. Once this happens, the monitor will lower almost immediately, and a close-up of this same puppet's face, only burnt and gray, will move to the left, the opposite side, focus on the player. Okay. But oh, it's very rare. I see. Wait, Heatley! Okay, so we got a fuck, marry, kill between Chucky, Annabelle, and Springtrap. I'm gonna kill Annabelle right away. I'm going to... Wait, did I say fuck? I meant kill. I'm gonna kill Annabelle right away. I'm gonna marry Chucky, but I'll fuck Springtrap. Unless the Springtrap is canonically Matthew Lillard, then I'll marry him. Oh, you're in training? All
arbitrary, sir. I've only played that map like 2 times. I'm so excited to play on Hawkins again. I am so very excited for that. I love that map so much. And that map was around when I first started playing, so it's like, it's gonna be so cool playing that game again. It's gonna feel really nostalgic. Yeah, if it's technically Matthew Lillard, then yes, like, period. I'm gonna go ahead. Also, hi Heatley. Heatley, I hope you're doing so well, and happy partnerversary! Heatley, I hope you had a really good partnerversary stream. And the killer like twice on other maps. Oh, the Demogorgon, right? Sorry, I burped. But seriously, Radiant, thank you so much for the raid. Please, if you guys are just joining us, please make sure that you guys get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Make sure you guys get all of your, take care of all of your bodily function needs. Med check, anybody? Also, thank you for the follow. I am awful at DVD. Hey, you know what? Me too. But you know what? We're here for a good time. Not a long time, right? Right? Can we beat this game? Can we do this? Alright. The first 3 nights are so easy. And then night 4, it's just, I can't even get past like 2 a.m. Alright. There you are. I see you. I don't know. There's definitely a strategy that I'm just, like, not doing and not understanding. I think that's my issue. I could try to put him in 10.
Hello?
I think putting him in 10 could be a good strat. Because I have that vent blocked off. Interesting. Panda, mwah. Are we winning? There's not one day where I'm not winning at these video games. Was that convincing?
Hi.
Because I think this is where I want to keep him. Hello? Okay. Where'd he go? Okay, so he's here. I want to put him in 10. Chica's gonna... Yeah, okay. No, I saw that coming. That's fine. I think I need to keep him in 9 and 10. Because with 10, I have that duct closed. So he's really trapped there. So I think that's what I need to do. So I think that's the strategy. I think that's what I need to do. Oh! Whoa! That's not what I was expecting. Alright, I need to get him back into... somewhere. 10. Oh, there he is. Okay, cool. Let's get you to 8.
Hello?
You got your Robin? Hell yeah, I'm proud of you. Oh, he's there, he's there. Excellent. Let's get you to 9.
Hello?
And then there should be, after I do this, there should be an audio issue, right? Perfect. So hopefully he moves. Reboot all. It's good, Panda. No, Tiny Rubik, I don't apologize. I only very recently, like just like a couple months ago, like earlier this year, watched Stranger Things for the very first time. Oh, no, 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 no. So you are perfect, my love.
Hello?
I don't know where he is. So I think it's like every 3 audio cues, it breaks.
Hi.
Oh, yes. Cool. So let's get his ass back into 10. He's not, he's in 9. Okay, so he's going here, which means let's see if I could get him into 8. Let's see if that'll work. I might not.
Alright, so he's exiting the vent right now. He may have gone right into here. Like, right out here. Fuck. Oh, you haven't seen Stranger Things? It's really good. I really, really enjoyed it. Yeah, damn. Alright, okay, well, let's see. Let's experiment. Where can I get him? Let's put him into... Oh, he's already in. Man, alright. I don't know what to do when he's at the doorway. Like, how do I get him away from the door? I feel like I had a really good strategy going. I think I fucked it up when he went into the vent. And I just panicked and... Hi, Sadine! A wizard is never late, nor are they early. They arrive precisely when they mean to. I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you lurking, Radiant, and now me. To get through Grey's Anatomy for the first time. Oh my god. So I've never seen Grey's Anatomy. However, Raven, that is on my list of shows to eventually watch. I did just start watching New Girl today. I was like 6 o'clock in the morning. I started watching New Girl. And oh, I'm like on episode 10 right now. And it is so funny. I love that game. Your boyfriend has you on a strict anime regimen? Oh my god, if it's gonna be like Naruto, you're gonna be there forever. New Girl is very, very funny. I can see it, Red. It's so the character Jess, the girl, she reminds me so much of my sister-in-law. It's actually like insane. Like I think she actually looks like my sister-in-law looks like what's her name? Zoe Deschanel. I think that's her name. But I don't know. I think it's such a good show. I cannot wait to watch more. I very much enjoy that show. Her of me, and I'm like, I think it's a good one. I think it's a good thing to be compared to. I think Jess is very fun. I think she's something that my sister-in-law said, because she's the reason why I started watching New Girl, because when she was over last night, she had mentioned it, or she was talking about it, and like suggested it to me. She said that she's like she's not afraid to be herself. She's like unapologetically her, and it's so beautiful, like how much Jess is just like unapologetically her, and it's lovely. She's such a great character. Granted, I've only seen like 10 episodes, so I don't know like how she like progresses, but at the moment I really like her. Oh, wait, so Tide Tiger, what are you watching right now, then? Okay, so he's there. Let's get you to 9. Hello? Hello? Oh, okay, he's still there. Okay, let's get you to 9.
Hello?
Ah, pooey. It gets better? Okay. I really like, the Nick character. I really like him. Schmitty is funny as hell. And then Winston, I haven't, like, Winston, I'm waiting for a good Winston-focused episode. Because right now it feels like it's so, like, obviously Jess is the main character. I feel like it's very, like, Schmitty, focused.
Hello?
I'm waiting for a good Winston episode to get more into his character. And did they replace him? Because, like, the first episode, there was a different guy. Colette! I cannot wait. Oh, no. Oh, he's already here. Okay, how do I get him out? How do I get him out? Play audio. I cannot answer that call right now. Oh, I know why they're calling.
Hi.
I think I need to put it here. Huh. Where is he? Oh! That was just like a hair. Almost too late. He was at that corner. Now he's not there anymore. Wait, really? Wait, Lauren, where is it? Where is that? Like, what state is that? What state is that in? I've heard of Black Clover. I haven't heard of the first one. So I don't mind Winston. I just I just finished watching the Bells episode where he was doing the bells. That was really cute. I wish there was just more content of him. Oh, in LA. Oh my god, not the depression. Also, thank you for the Etsy shout out. Also, my sister-in-law has an Etsy store. So if you guys are looking for some really cute stuff, her name's Megan. She has an Etsy as well. Where is, oh, here. I think I have some earrings from her that I could show you guys. Yeah. So I don't know where my Halloween ones that I got from her are, but let me show you. Let me show you these Easter ones that I got from her a couple years ago. So I got two different pairs. I got these peep earrings. I got marshmallow peep earrings from her. So I got pink bunnies and I got yellow chickies. And then for the Halloween ones that I have from her, so she does a lot of clay stuff where I primarily do resin stuff, right? And she primarily does clay. And so I think it's really cool that we have like the different mediums, although she does dabble in resin as well. But I think I got like black cat ones and little boo ghost ones. And then here's an example of some earrings that you can get from my store. Anywho, back to the game. I also dabble in resin. Did you really, Brady? Oh my god. So resin was my what do people call it? My COVID hobby. But then I really love it, and I invested a lot of fucking money in it. And so I have like a whole bunch of molds and some really cute resin stuff. I do mostly like Pokemon stuff. There is no way that Cat Scratch just raided me right now. Like here's some like I do some like dittos. I think these are like some of like the most popular things I have is like these little dittos. They like ditto keychains. Hi, Frogster. Hi, Captain Morgs. Hi, Cat Scratch. Oh my god. This! Thank you for the dab party. Red, I think that should be something that you should do once you're all moved in. I think it would be so cool. Morgs, you're such a hater. I think it'd be so cool for you to set that up in your new house. I think that'd be so cool. But I don't do it much, TBH. I love your Etsy store, Tiny Tiger. Teach me more, Radiant. If you ever want to chat resin, I will. Like, I'm not an expert at it, but I'm here for a fun time, not a good time. Wait, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. But if you ever want to chat resin, beesh, I'm here. We have a shed that isn't in use. Actually, the shed would be really good because you could have it aired out for when you do the resin stuff. It's gotten too chilly, yeah. Hi, Frogster. How was your stream, Cat Scratch? I love you very much. Yeah, if your like house is cold, it's like impossible to work with resin. Do I have any other resin stuff here that I? Oh, here. Here's some other stuff that I do. Hold on, got all my necklaces here. Oh, I lied. You know what? Probably one of the most popular things I do on my Etsy are these Pokemon card charms that I do. So I actually like use an X-Acto knife and cut out the Pokemon cards and I put them onto these charms and I have them as like chokers or bracelets. So that's probably the most popular thing that I've made. And then I have these charm necklaces. I don't think they're listed on my store right now. I have these like charm necklaces that I make that have sometimes they have stones in them. This one just has a flower in it. A dried flower. Then I have, I think Mortuary Darling actually got earrings of this. Hold on, we're all tangled here. I have these Gengar acrylic charms that I made. I drew them in Procreate, and then I got Sticker Mule to make them forever ago. And then I have a lot of these. I actually should probably list these. The snowflake charms. I think these snowflake charms are probably some of my favorite ones I made. But yeah. I make lots of stuff. These are all mine. You can't buy these. Those are my Etsy. Oh my god, Panda. You are literally in my fucking Discord. I'm pulling up my Discord right now. In my secret private Discord. I have a channel literally just for you. Hold on, where is it? Do I not? Or is it under Etsy? Where's my Etsy channel? Right here. Etsy channel. I Panda Monster Jigglypuff charm. I've had that written down for God knows how long, and ask me how many times I've made it. Next question. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna make it. I promise. I'm gonna make it. Do you just have those hanging around? So I have an arm on my ring light. So I have my arm right here that has all of my tiny tiger girl necklaces. So I pick these if I want a tiny tiger girl necklace. This is where I picked this one from today. And I put this on my ring light arm. Because, you know, ADHD, and if it's not right in front of me, I'll forget. And then on this arm, where it's like my phone stand, is where I have all of my necklaces. So I have, like, my Italian horn and, like, all of the stuff that I meant. Yeah, you've sent me a lot, and I love them all. So I have to, like, go through all of them, wear the ones on different days. So that's where I have, like, my necklaces, so I can remember to wear them. I was just doing some Dead by... Oh, you're doing Dead by Daylight! They brought back Stranger Things. It was so cool to see. We got the weirdest games. I wanted to play test a game called The Finals, but they closed the beta. Oh. I used resin for a thing once. There's a reason I haven't since, but it was fun. Oh, wait, what did you do for it, Wiz? Can I get a hint on what you sent in the 2 mystery packs I bought? I can give you a hint. I sent you a necklace of one of the things I've just showed. It's not the same because obviously it's already sent out. But one of the things I showed, I sent you one as well. I want one of everything. I think that's actually what I do with my Etsy store is I make things that I personally want. And I don't know if that's selfish, but everything that I make for my Etsy are things that I want to. I usually keep one for myself, and then I'm just like, okay, I'll list the others, you know? Oh, was it your Growlithe coaster, Viz? The only resin work I've done is miniatures. Miniature what? I'm sorry, now we're talking about this, and now I'm excited. Can't say you don't get options now. No, Tiger, you seriously, you spoil me. You spoil me rotten. I think it's the best way to do it. I feel like that's like a good way to be like, well, these could be marketable because if I like it, other people might like it too. You redeemed a side of crystal! Oh my god, thank you so much, Raven, because I swear I did not see it. So, okay. Raven wants a crystal. Ooh. Like, I want to say Soda Light. Yeah. I'm gonna stick with Soda Light. Ooh! Well, good luck in your interview. No way! That's actually really cool, Chaotic. So, there's, another streamer, Joni Bro Sass. I don't know how much she's done it recently, but she did used to do streams of her painting, miniatures, and it was so much fun to watch. It's something super therapeutic about watching people, like, paint their miniatures. I don't know if you could say that this is the same thing. Hold on, where are they? Oh, God. What?
See, this is what happens when you have ADHD. You lose everything. Midnight. Midnight, do you know where my things are? Well, I paint Pokemon minis. I paint. I swear to God, I do. I have no clue where they are. But I paint mini Pokemon figures. Cat, scratch your band. I'm just joking. You fold. Oh my God, I have to fold my laundry too. That's something I gotta do later. I tried the first one for the first time recently and I couldn't deal with it. It was too scary. I don't think Five Nights at 3 is as scary as Five Nights at Freddy's 1. I feel like it's more testing my ability as a gamer than more than the first one, right? Ooh, Cat Scratch wants a crystal. You know what? Let me go find my figures and then I'll think of one. Hi, puppy. Oh, there they are. I forgot I put them away. Astra, I love you so much. I hope you're doing amazing. You're so beautiful. Hello. I hope you enjoy reading your books. So here's like some figures that I've been meaning to finish painting them for a while. So like here's this like Dragonite that kind of like looks like shit, and this Arcanine that kind of like looks like shit, and these Leafeons that kind of look like, you know, shit. But I paint them to look not like shit. So like they're like, you know, these are figures that are like made in China, you know, so they're like they come out not looking like, you know, like the best. And so I repaint them. And I put these on my Etsy too. So they're super cute. They're like $4 or $5, something like that. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a dish. It matches my little ceramic bowl over there. Oh, here's a Ralts I did. But I really enjoy painting like these minifigures. It's very satisfying. And I actually like I don't really know how to. I don't really know much of what I'm doing, right? So I don't know how to like seal them. And so I cover them in a clear nail polish to seal them. It kind of gives them like this glossy finish. And I don't know. It works for me. Okay. A crystal for Cat Scratch. I'm feeling something red or yellow. What about, oh, it's a Jasper. Sorry, I choked. Oh, what kind of Jasper is that? Red and yellow Jasper. Not Bumblebee Jasper. It's this yellow and red one, but I can't remember what it's called. Ooh, Mookite. I'm gonna go with Mookite. I think Mookite. I think that's how it's spelled. Painting is super comforting. I super agree. Oh, you spy a Boo? Hi, Booberry. Beep, beep, beep. Moo. I would love to see that Chaotic. Yeah, Mookite. I may be pronouncing it incorrectly. I'm not gonna lie. Hi, Microwave. Funny I do that to either something I want to make for myself or a friend or family member. I just sell the rest. Yeah, that's what I do! Cow Jasper, you know. I don't know. Alright. We're trying this again. Midnight? I'm watching you. Watch you, Midnight. Did I miss me? No. Does he start, like, on the same camera every night? Or is it different every night, I wonder? Because I feel like some nights I found him super quickly, and some nights I don't find him at all. I can't even find him. Ooh. Thank you so much, Kadak. I cannot wait to see it. Can I just say thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I know I don't normally stream on Tuesdays. And, ooh, there you are, bub. I know I don't normally stream on Tuesdays. I know I definitely don't stream at this time of day. But, I'm having a really good day. And it is 110% because of you guys. So, I appreciate you guys very much for being here and hanging out with me. You want some Mukai? Oh my god. So their raw form is really pretty. Oh, there he is. Their raw form is really pretty, right? But I'm a sucker for a good polished stone. I don't know. I'm just like, I'm spoiled or something. I don't know. Oh no. I think like one of the stones, I think that like it looks okay when it's polished, but I'm just like, why would you polish it? Is grape agate. It's like, why would you polish that? It's so beautiful. You know what I'm saying?
Hi.
I think grape agate is so beautiful. I'm thinking, chat.
Hello?
I know. That's dangerous. I know. I'm thinking. He's an event! Well, I don't know where that is. Ah! Crap. A moss agate ring? You know what? While he's doing that. I thought I had a moss agate ring, but it's a green aventurine ring. So it's green aventurine instead. So what I did when I used to have money, when I used to have money, anywho, fuck you, Sweet Chat, is I would buy like a bunch of rocks, and I would buy them, and with the intent of like giving them to people like as gifts. So like I pretty much, whenever someone, I don't know, orders from my Etsy and like I like know them, I like to throw in like free stuff, like a free rock or something. I don't know. I just like to give like little. I think it's fun to give little gifts, and I feel like specifically stones and crystals I think are super special as gifts. I don't know. I just feel like they hit diff. So I actually got this green aventurine ring. I thought it was a moss agate one, but just kidding. But hey, Joka, if you can fit a size 6.5, I could send this to you if you want. I definitely don't fit a 6.5. Oh, I do. On my pinky. But yeah, it's definitely not my normal ring size. Yeah. Wait, do you really just have to stare them out of it? No! I don't think I do. Yeah, he's tiny. My pinky fits it. But I think my ring size is like a 8, I think. I got you. Maybe I might try it one more time, and I think I might call it. But we are gonna be rating indigenous streamers today, or this month. I'm a simple girly who loves lapis. Blue stones hit diff. Lapis is beautiful, especially if it's got like a little bit of gold in there. Yeah. So I think it's important that we like we support indigenous, black, Asian, POC, like any sort of like minority streamers, like regardless of their Pride Month, like how I said in our Discord. But I think it's a good start for this month that I'm gonna me personally I'm gonna be rating like only indigenous streamers this month, which also put into my reasoning for streaming earlier, because I'd have a better chance of finding people, you know, that are streaming. Yeah, let me pull up. Let me go to my announcements. Hold on. Announcements. I'm gonna pull up 4 Directions, who Ghost Host Lauren is a member of. Oh, and there is someone live right now too.
Cool. Cool. Not yet. I'm not leaving yet. What is your ring size? Like your ring finger on your left hand? I almost told you, you silly little goose egg. Anywho. Let's see. No, I'm not leaving yet. I do want to play. I want to play at least a little bit more of Springtrap. And then I am going to stop raids for an hour, though. Because I think I'm going to end at least in the next hour. Man, this guy's kicking my ass. I can't decide if I want to do a giveaway before we end today, before we raid out, or if I should just wait for it. Because we have a whole week to do these giveaways. Oh. I don't want to, like, blow my load early, you know what I'm saying? Where are you? I feel like I've never seen him in Cam 1. But I want to send you a ring massage again. I can't tell! Chaotically! I can't tell if you're serious or not. Chaotic, I am stuck at night 4. Ooh! There he is. You see that? You see that? You see that? I'm stuck at night 4. I see you, Mr. Freddy.
Hi.
I got through night 1, 2, and 3 flawlessly, seamlessly, effortlessly, and then night 4, impossible. Can't do it. Oh no, Freddy! Chica! Oh, the Cat Kid gets me. Really, Panda? So, I feel most comfortable in a size 8. Because 8 is usually what I wear on, like, my middle fingers. And I feel like that's my most comfortable, like, ring that I like to wear. I think my thumbs are 9s. I think my index fingers are 8.5s. I think my ring fingers are 7.5s. This is a 6.5. And it fits my pinky. Quite perfect. But my right hand is slightly bigger than my left hand. You know? Wait, is he really? He said, which character are you stuck on? Was night 4 Springtrap. I cannot get, it's like I can't get past, like, 2 a.m. I feel I have such a good strategy, but my RNG is absolute booty. Like, I cannot get this guy to get over to camera 10. Because if I could keep him by camera 10, I am easy, breezy, beautiful cover girl. But I can't get this guy to camera 10. Oh, there he is. Okay. If I get him to 9. Now we can get him to 10. So we're probably gonna have a video error in a second. Okay, that's a video error. Got that. Three different sizes. No, don't do that. Don't do that. No, my love. Okay, he's not in 10. He's in 9 still. Okay, play 10. Audio error. Perfect. Go. Fix that. Okay. We were playing Sister Location earlier, and I got to the point where you're in Circus Baby's body, and you have, like, the little mini marionettes, like, crawling into your carcass, and I couldn't beat it. I could not beat it.
Hi.
So I kind of just, like, was like, gave up. Oh, no, not the ventilation. No. So. Oh,
Thank you very much to the Rudy and mwah. Is he really? Oh my god. Well, tell Chaotic Kid I will take any. Ah! Oh, that was close, Balloon Boy. That was close. I will take any backseat gaming advice. I hope you're doing so good, Faith. Happy Tuesday. Also, thank you for the Bitterooski because I'm in the North America Hype Challenge. Oh, poop.
Hi.
So every bit counts, literally. Oh, don't open those doors. I'll do it. They're wide open. They're propped open. He's in a vent!
Hello?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Wait, that's fine, because I already have it blocked off. See, I'm telling you, my strat is perfect, chat. It's perfect. Say, period. Oh, God, oh, God. Hi, Jennifer. Thank you for another double Bitterooski's, Faith. God, I'm so smart and talented. I'm so smart. See, that's why we close off. That's how we close off, the 14. Yes.
Hi.
Get it back, get it back. You're not there. You're not there.
Hello?
Ooh! Shh. See, I'm so nervous I'm picking the skin off my lips. Ah! Alright, get back to 9. Get back to 9. No! Okay, he's in 9. He was in 9. Okay, get him in 10.
Hello?
Ah! He's in 10! Look, he's right there, Right there, you see that? Oh my gosh. Stay there. He's in the vent! This is great! I know that seems weird, but that's great news that he's in that vent! I know I'm screaming. I'm creaming. Okay. Oh! Oh, that marionette almost got me. Ah, chica.
Hello?
Chica might come. Okay, she didn't. Okay. Oh my god, I'm so scared. I'm so sorry, but you're done. No! Oh, I don't know what vent he's in. Ah! Ooh, I didn't mean to do that. Ah, poops. Poops magoops. Poops magoops! I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do map toggle. It's 5 a.m. chat. It's 5 a.m. Oh, he's right here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Freddy, don't do it. Freddy, don't do it. I see you. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's in a vent! He's in a vent! Ah!
Hello?
5 a.m! Chaotic Kid! Wow! Oh my god! Yo, Chaotic Kid, you are the realest one. Oh my god. Whew. Oh my god. I have been stuck on that level for an hour. Like, probably over an hour. No way. Woo! Hi, Hockey! Hello, Women's Guild Hockey. Oh my god. Nice job. Thank you, Chaotic Kid. Oh my god. Whew, that felt good. Sorry, I burped. Hello, Shadow Freddy. It's me, Foxy. Foxy Cleopatra, and I'm a whole lot of woman. Oh my god, I cannot believe. All right, well, we gotta keep going, right? We gotta keep going a little bit, right? Oh my god, it's Purple Guy. Now, you know what? We have the strat down. It's fine. It's fine.
Hello? This is just a reminder of company policy concerning the safe room. The safe room is reserved for equipment and or other property not being currently used and as a backup safety location for employees only. This is not a break room. It should not be considered a place for employees to hide and or congregate.
Video error already?
Should a customer ever be taken into this room and out of the main show area? Management has also
Never heard this call before.
that the Spring Bonnie animatronic has been noticeably moved. Would like to remind employees that this costume is
He's there.
not safe to wear under any circumstances.
Oh my god. So every 2 audios? Oh no, every 2 audios is a, okay. All right, every 2, okay. Okay. All right. Oh, we know. Oh no, that was close, Mr. Balloon Boy. That was very close, my friend. Where did he go? A vent? I don't know which one. I guess. I don't know. Oh my god. All right. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, I saw that. Oh, I saw that. Oh! Wait, what?
Hi.
Was he not in the camera? He was in the camera and then ran across the screen? Boo! It must be like a really windy day or something, because I'm getting so many notifications that there's like motion at my front door. So I think like the winds are just like blowing a tree or something. Yeah. It is really windy today. You tried your best. I'm at your front door. I wish. Where? So Midnight was here. Like, you know what, before, like couple screams ago. I should have asked for you. She left me, though. Boo's here. Alright. Damn, I was about to end stream, but, like, now I'm, like, filled with, like, this, like, newfound hope that I could beat this game. There are a 6th and 7th night in this game, right? Just like how every other game is, right? Come on. Where are you, buckaroo? Oh, he was there.
Hi.
Oh, there's 6 nights. Okay. So I only, in the first game, I only did the 5 nights. I didn't bother the 6th and 7th nights. But that's still something I could, like, revisit, I think. I gotta say, though, this game is really fun. Mangle! There's something just, like, super satisfying about this game, I think. An aggressive mode. Is that an aggressive mode?
haven't seen him once. No clue where he is.
Hello?
Freddy's about to jump out or something. Oh. But honestly, I feel like I'm gonna have that same mentality that I did for the first 5 nights. I'm just gonna be like, hey, it's called 5 Nights at Freddy's. No, it's 6 Nights at Freddy's. So if I can beat the first 5 nights, I'm happy. Okay. You know what? You're a pee-pee poo-poo head. The call is coming from inside the room. Wait! There's difficulty levels? A chaotic default. Oh, no. Whatever is default is what I'm at. I didn't change any of the difficulty levels. Hi, Kyle! Kyle, are you done with work? They let you, ooh, they let you loose? Yeah, that's funny. I'm a funny guy. Oh, like so are there books and graphic novels? Or they're just, oh, there he is. That's my first time seeing him. The whole game. Or is it just graphic novels? Shoot. All right, well, let's audio there. Video. Okay, cool. I think I need, you know what? I think I should add the graphic novels to my wish list or something. Because I would very much like to read them. Especially since I know the movie had a lot of references to the graphic novels, which of course, I did not mean to do that. 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 Which of course, TikTok is keeping me updated with. So, Katic, how many times have you guys watched the movie? Because I'm assuming Katic Kid has had an influence in how many times I've watched the movie. Hi. I've seen it so from start to finish, I've watched it twice. Once in theaters, and then another on Peacock, and then I've watched it like a bunch of times, like a different amount of clips, via TikTok. Well, only the ones, but I'm sure every week. Yes! Oh my god. Oh my god. And then I also, per my brother's request, or my brother's like, hi, what's it called? Suggestion. I watched I watched Willy's Wonderland. That movie is so messed up. All of y'all suggesting that movie. Wait, what? Is Mankle here too? Hello? All y'all suggesting. That was a new one. All y'all suggesting Willy's Wonderland to me. Y'all are weird. It was a good movie though. Were you really? Break or not, it is a very good movie. Willy's Wonderland was very funny though. I would watch it again. I'm not gonna lie. I absolutely would watch it again. Oh shoot. He's here.
Hello?
Oh no. It's 4 a.m. and I feel like I was doing so well.
Hello?
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Shoot. Ah, I was doing so well, and then it all went downhill. Poop. I just think it's neat. And so, without spoiling anything, Nicolas Cage doesn't have a single line in that entire movie. And when my brother told me that, I said, surely you're lying. Surely he says something in the movie. And I'm going through the whole movie just like waiting for him to say something. Not a word. I'm telling you, Nicolas Cage is just a fascinating actor. But yeah, it's on Hulu, by the way. Have you seen Slacks, the movie about the possessed pair of murderous dreams? I have not. I shan't lie, I have not. Also, hi Breaker Not. That was such a good run. Beep, beep. Okay, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, while I was looking for New Girl earlier on Hulu, there was another movie that popped up that looked like it had something to do with like animatronic. Here we go. It's called The Hug. A children's party at a pizza arcade turns nightmarish when the birthday boy heads backstage to seek out an animatronic panda who is off duty. Can I share this scene? And is it going to dox me? Okay, no, I won't. And this is what it looks like. Pass. Has anybody seen this? I don't want to, but I'm just curious if anybody has like
right
seen
now?
it because it looks scary.
Hi, Poxil. I hope you're having an amazing day.
Hi, Velocity. Thank you for the 10-month resub. Oh my god. Thank you so much. That's seriously so cool of you. The case was surprisingly good in the film adaptation of H.P. Lovecraft's The Color Out of Space. I've never heard of that, Kyle. The Color Out of Space. I didn't know Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants is a horror movie. Wait, is there a movie really called Slacks, Kyle? Because I'm not gonna lie, that does sound like something you'd make up. The fact that it was legit and oh my god, the fact that they were real. It's a real thing. Slacks. Is it good? Have you seen it? Ugh. Sister of the Traveling Pants. Where is this guy? Is he in bed already? I heard that, mister.
Hi.
It's a horror comedy. As is Inhuman Witch, Attack of the Killer Donuts, Sharkula, and many more indie. Oh my god. What's that sound? I found you.
Hello.
I know, official, I know. I've made it to night 5 though. So I'm like so super committed. Oh, go. Get you to 10. Hello. Get into 10. Get into 10. Get into camera. If you don't get into camera 10, you're dead to me. You're dead to me. Okay, let's go back to 9. Oh, Mangle. I'm not gonna lie. Didn't see you there. Zombieverse? I feel like I've heard of Zombieverse. I feel like I've heard of that. The Karis Hell. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Why do indie horror movies seem to have like the best titles? Okay, so he's there.
Hi.
Come on, get in 9. Get in 9. Alright.
Hi.
Audio error. There it is. Defa B movie. So official. Have you played? How many? Okay, yeah. This is actually just for all. Oh my god. This is actually for all of chat. Oh. What Five Nights at Freddy's games have you guys played? Have played? You're a cheater, pumpkin eater. None? Wait, none of them? Little chicken shit? Literally just the first because I'm a jump scare pussy. I'm so surprised. Now, okay, for those of you that have said none or just one, are there interests to play them or play more? Okay, Joka, I'm the same way where I don't want to play the second one. The second one looks way too hard. In my opinion, there's just too much stuff to remember. Like, hello? Hi, chat. Hi, Mrs. Wicked. Oh my
Welcome in, Welcome in, Raiders! How was your fortnight? What's up, Drew? Welcome in. I definitely wasn't doing anything suspicious. Hi, Chance. How was your fortnight? We're about to get down. I'm asking chat right now, if they've ever played any Five Nights at Freddy's games. I loved it! Good. I'm so glad. Did you get any #1 victory royales? Played all of them except Security Breach and Help Wanted. Oh, okay, Disguised. Also, love the name. Disguised Pixel. I just like watching game theory videos on them. I have never watched a single game theory video, and I feel like such a fake Five Nights fan, you know? Like when Pat came. I'm not gonna finish that sentence. But something Matt Pat, I didn't understand the reference, you know? I'm not gonna finish that movie. Did you win yet? I did beat night 4, but I'm stuck on night 5. Oh, you're so close? I was tempted this Halloween. Listen, it is scary season all year round. Thank you very much. And so I think that there's nothing wrong with playing some scary games, no matter what time of the year it is. Okay, so that's it, right? So there's just so much, like, so there's wind up the marionette box, and then I'm trying to, I haven't watched Markiplier's gameplay in a long time for Five Nights at Freddy's 2, because in my opinion it's the most, like, boring one. That's my opinion. I'm sorry if I offended anybody. But, like, there's right vent, there's left vent, there's the mask, wine in the marionette box, then there's the flashing down the hall. There's just so much. Oh my, I actually forgot that Poppy Playtime ever existed. I'm not gonna lie. Hockey? Like what? Like what are there? I've never seen anyone play it, so really? I don't know what's going on, but it's listening, really. Five Nights at Freddy's 2 Help Wanted VR. Oh, wait, so that's how many you have played, Tico? Oh, do they really, Pixel? Pass. That's cool. I really want to play, what's the, Security Breach. Because Security Breach is the long one, right? Where it's like, you're playing as Gregory. I think I would play that one. But I'm not gonna lie, I feel like my attention span would fail, and I would get bored, and I would never finish it. I think that's something that I would struggle with, because it seems like such a long game. Can you really, Chaotic? That's actually really cool. But Chance and Raiders, please make sure that you guys go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, fugo, stretch, or drink. If you guys are new here, welcome in. My name is PixelxKitten. I'm a full-time horroriety streamer. I play a lot of horror video games. I play them very poorly, and I stream them on the internet.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? All good, all good. Did you change your name color? I love it. I love the green. Wait, was he not here? Oh, no. I thought he was just right there. Yes! Go get some namis. Oh my god, what do we know you? And don't worry, Chance. You're gonna get a #1 victory royale. What do we the next time you start playing? I know it. I know it to be true. I feel like I've so seldomly checked Cam 3, Cam 4, and Cam 2. Oh no. Oh, midnight just came down. Sora's like, I don't like city plates. Oh, okay, Lab Rat. Yeah. But I feel like Security Breach would probably be a better one because like that one, like I feel like you could like pause and like fucker. Come here. She loves hoodies and sweaters? Wait, who loves hoodies and sweaters? Wait, is he right there? He is. Oh, good. Cool. Wait, your birthday is Sunday? Oh my god. Wait, so for someone who has who might have like a calendar in your face, what date is Sunday?
Hello?
I'm currently still yet to finish a challenge I was given, which is to finish the game without hiding. Wait, finish the Five Nights at Freddy's game? Wait, like finish Five Nights at Freddy's 2 without hiding? Oh, pee in my poop. Hi, Ben! Oh my god. Hi, Benjamin. Benjamin, how was your stream? Were you sorry, I didn't mean to scream. Were you playing Dead by Daylight? What were you doing today? And wait, did I see that someone said the 12th is your birthday? Wait, so all good. What are you doing for your birthday? The Return of Hawkins. Oh my god. I updated my game, but I haven't I haven't loaded it in a minute. Hi, empathy! Empathy? How the absolute French toast are you, Angel? How are you, Angel Face? Shadowhawk raided me earlier. I hope you're doing so good, Benjamin. Some were played under roulette for Halloween challenges and that my chat would vote on with subs. The biggest regret that chat did for me was drunk sister location. So we started off with sister location, and I got to the point where I think it's night 4, where you're in the circus baby's body, and like those little like marionettes are crawling inside, and like you have to like wound up the like cranks or whatever for your suit. Yeah, I couldn't get past it, and I just got frustrated, so I was like, let's go back to Five Nights at Freddy's 3. But, I don't know if I can play that drinking. I don't know. Peapod, I'm not gonna lie, I was actually gonna be done already, but then I beat night 4, and now I'm committed. Red, are you at the zoo right now? This game freaks me out. Me too. Also, Joker, are you still here? I have a present for you. Also, Eclipse, this is for you too. Wait, Ben, have you played it? Joker, this is for you. This is the cat that I threw when I was watching you play Outlast. Their little tail. I apologize if Pixel threw you. Thanks. Listen, Eclipse, I was watching her stream. She was playing a very scary game. And I was sitting down like this. Because like she sits in like my arms like this on my desk. So if I'm not leaning back and like she's laying on me, she sits on my desk like this, and I just like hold her, and a jump scare happened, and I was like, whoa, and I threw her, and I don't remember where she went. I just remember throwing her. She's fine, but you know. I'm at the zoo. I'd like to come here to watch stream. Wait, okay. So, no, it's funny, Red? I can't tell if you're being facetious or not. Like, I can't tell. Okay, can someone tell me, is Red really at the zoo? Because I don't think she's really at the zoo, but, you know. Do we not all watch streams at the zoo? My brother was actually at the zoo the other day. Pixel. Okay, oh, you're playing a video game. I'm not gonna G Fuel. Now I'm all out of G Fuel. And that part doesn't work well when drunk, but escalated when my mod boyfriend redeemed the 10,000 bits 2 ounce of hot sauce shot. Wait, is it like that like little mini bottle? Oh my god. Red, you just have a zoo in your bedroom. What do you mean? Listen. I'm gonna beat this night. And as soon as I beat this night, I'm gonna scream, take off my pants, and then take a shot of Lord or something. I don't know. Yeah, you got 3 dogs in your bedroom. You know what? It is what it is. Yeah. Ooh, he was right there. Did you guys see that? There's a very aggressive cat hair in my mouth. Pushy hair. I blame Lauren. Get your ass in room 9. Now get your fat ass in room 10. How did I reach these keys? Where's that from? American Dad or something?
Hi.
I just noticed your name. Ah! Hey, us pixels gotta stick together. Wait, what did you say? Keep your pants on while streaming, please. I'd rather you not get banned. Oh! Anna! No way. Thank you guys so much for spamming the Discord with photos of your guys' lives, because I would like to vicariously live through your guys' happy times right now. He's in a vent! Ah! Okay, no, this is good! This is literally so good! That is— ah! My back! No, this is literally so good! My neck. So my dad actually, like, really enjoys Beat Saber. He's like, that's like the best way to work out, he was saying. Oh my god, that hurt. I'm sweating. Why did I think it was like 4 a.m. already? It's only... Shoot.
Hi.
It's only 2 a.m. Oh my god. My dad... I keep forgetting that my dad says that I can borrow his VR headset, but oh no. Oh no. I do keep forgetting that.
Hi.
How do you get over there? Oh, did you guys hear that? He's right there!
Hello?
Ah. This game's stupid. Oh, it is for the arms. I use wrist weights when I wanted to add resistance. Oh my god. I wanted to make a fat joke for myself, but then I figured I shouldn't, because Mrs. Wicked might be in here. Mrs. Wicked, I love you. And for the record, Mrs. Wicked, I only call myself dumb once today, so you'd be very proud of me. All right, chat. LG. LG, last try. That's what LG stands for, is last try. Because my Tommy... Hi, Mrs. Wicked. LG, my tummy just started grumbling. Only once. Alright. One's in chat if I should do a giveaway before we end stream. 2, if I should just go fuck myself. Oh, there. Is it? Yeah, he's right there. Okay.
Hello?
What are we giving away? I don't know, man. What should we do? Should we do a guffle? One, and then... Oh, I don't know.
We could do a G Fuel tub, or we can do another or we could do another G Fuel energy crystals. I don't know. What are the other? Je ne sais pas. Oh my god. It's like the longest thing ever. Alright, so he's in there.
Hi.
Get him a 9. No! Disguise Pixel? No. I never do anything against Twitch TOS. What do you mean? I clicked away! Do the energy crystal? I can do an energy crystal. So we got Bublicus. This one.
Hello? Hello?
Ah, you're a pee-pee poo-poo head. You know that, right? And then Cloud as the stickers.
Hello?
Oh, he is already right there. Is he? Or is that the fake one? Oh. Oh, no! Yeah. One more. One more. Cam 5. Wait, so what camera should I do for the one next to my office? Oh no, have I been messing it up? Listen, I'm not a smart man, alright? You said it there's a reason why. Cam 2. Cam 2! Okay, I knew that. Oh wait, he was right there. Yeah, he's right there. Get out of here, buddy. Yeah, why not? Get over here. You know what? Let's try. Oh my god. Hello. I'm gonna try a different strat. I'm gonna try a different strategy. You guys, you don't understand. I have such a giant brain. You guys just you wouldn't understand. Also, is there anybody in chat that I can slide into the DMs of so that I can get help to crowd control Skyrim? I need help to set up crowd control for Skyrim. He's an event. More like Pixel Director. Oh, wait, Music Kid, really? Uncle Fairy! Alright, hold on. Sorry. Ah. Alright, I'm gonna send him. Hi, Hawkeye! Alright, that was it. I really thought I would. Okay, so my strat was to get him into cam 3 and 4. That's what I wanted to do. Oh, Holy Escape closes the entire game, apparently. Yeah, Springtrap is like, quick, she's distracted. Chinese food. Okay, alright, hold on. Hold on. Everyone shush. I need to live vicariously through AK right now. I need you to list intimately every detail about what did you get? What did you order? Don't leave out a single detail! You tell me everything. How many, what size order did you, I need to know. Just tell me what Chinese food you got. Yeah, I want to do crowd control for Skyrim. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You're making tacos? Oh my god, what kind of tacos? Talk dirty to me, Music Kid. Tell me everything. Okay, we're gonna do another giveaway, chat. We're doing another giveaway. I'm using all my snoozes. We got 15 minutes of snoozes now. Alright, we're gonna do another energy crystal. Or do another energy crystal. Create giveaway. God, I gotta pee. G Fuel Energy Crystal. Okay, so we'll do a crab rangoon. Oh my god. All right, remember when I asked for details? I don't want it anymore. Oh, so crowd control is kind of like how Dixper is, Bub, where you can like purchase coins and use those coins that help the streamer out, right? They financially help the streamer, and use those coins to like spawn things or make you do things or make things happen, but like directly affect the game. So it's kind of like Dixper, but like a different mechanism thing. You are eclipsed. Low main and or Mexican mole. I'm not sure what that is, Hawkeye. I'm not a smart man. All right, so we're auctioning off or doing a giveaway for these G Fuel energy crystals that I forgot that I had. But they're delicious. These are brand new, like not opened. They have like their seal. Publicus won the first one. We have 2 more. We'll do another one throughout the week. So it'll be the last giveaway for the day. But they're essentially like G Fuel rock candy. All you have to do is, so with this specific giveaway, is that you just type a number in chat between 1 and 669. So I'm going to start it. So type a number between 1 and 669. And whoever guesses the number that MooBot assigned is the winner. And so you don't have to be following, you don't have to be subbed, you don't have to be in the US. Anybody can win. You can guess as many times as you want. You just type in however many times you want to type in a number. 1 through 669. Spades, I like what you got. Used in Mexican cuisine to describe a type of sauce. The word mole. So what is Mexican mole? Describe a type of sauce. Oh, it's a sauce. Is it spicy? Spades, I like what Spades do. Spades is counting down from 669. Hey, it worked for Red when we did 1 through 1,000. When we learned to not do 1 through 1,000 anymore. Also, whoever wins, you can pick your flavor if you want the phase berry or the blue ice. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, my tummy is growling. I'm thinking of that Mexican mole. Tasty G Fuel? Hell yeah, Mr. Figgy. 237 attempts have been made. All right, while you guys are doing that, let me see if we got any indigenous people to raid. We do! Cool. So we found someone to raid, which is very cool. Very good, very good. There's been over 300 attempts, guys. Someone's gotta guess a number. And we're doing this all for all of the support that you guys are giving for the North American Hype Challenge. For this week from November 6th through November 17th. All bits and subs go to these points for different levels. And each level is for different we have different unlocks for each level. So the next level we hit level 1 today. So the next level is level 2 at 2,500 experience points, which is about just 10,000 away from that, from what we're at right now. And it's going to be for a merch giveaway. And you guys could just tell me, like, whoever wins that, just tell me whatever merch thing you want, and I'll just have it sent to you. And that'll be it. And then the next one is Fortnite Open Lobbies, then the Warhead Pickle, Try Not to Laugh stream, Tarot Reading stream, a Clefable tattoo, Pixel Bro Malort stream, where we just drink a bunch of different cocktails featuring Malort, vintage graded Pokemon card giveaway. I have a bunch of vintage Pokemon cards I got graded from like the 1990s. Give one of those away. Pixel Ross stream number 2, so it's going to be my Bob Ross stream back. Chat picks a shoey. It could be as delicious or as nasty as you guys want, and then I'll let chat pick a tattoo. Like,
Honestly, like, you guys could pick my fucking tattoo, you know? Oh, I see. Have you guys not found the number yet? There have been 730 attempts, which is more attempts than how many numbers there are available to pick from. Music Kid, This strat worked for Red. Oh my god. Wait! Panda got it! Panda, it was 416. Panda, what flavor would you like? Mrs. Wicked, mwah. Sorry, I burped. You were counting from 1 and you got to 153? You should have started counting from 400. Panda, do you want blue ice or phase berry? Well, the pink one is phase berry. Hold on. This is one that I have that's opened. God, what does it smell like? It smells like raspberry. I don't know. It was good. Was it really, Bob? That's really close. I don't know. They don't sell these anymore, right? Okay, you got the pink one? Okay. Space, I'm sorry. Alright, cool. Alright. So Panda, what? I'm gonna write these down. Okay, so Panda, Monster, Phase Berry, Crystals, Bubbly Goose, Blue Ice Crystals, and then Cloud Emote Sticker Pack. Cool, and I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Perfect. Thank you, Eclipsed. Did you really, AK? That's what you get for eating delicious Chinese food. Yo, what's up, Sass? All right, chat. Thank you guys for being here for stream. Thank you guys for making my heckin' day. What a great day. I really appreciate it. I had a really good day. Eclipse, don't worry about it, all right? Don't worry about it. We're gonna be rating Alina in verse. I just found, do we have pronouns? They, she. Okay, their pronouns are they, she. I just found them through the Twitch team, the Four Directions, which is an indigenous stream team. Do you know them, Lauren? Did you really? Okay, cool. Okay, I love their glasses. You guys will know in a second. Dang, you just got back? I'm sorry. So what we're doing this month is we're rating indigenous creators because it is Indigenous Heritage Awareness Month, something like that, right? Like that's Indigenous Peoples Month. All we need to learn is that fuck Christopher Columbus and Native American Heritage Month. Thank you, Lauren. Native American Heritage Month. Thank you. And thank you, Space, and thank you, Red. Thank you very much, my mods. So I want to make sure that we raid Indigenous people this month. I think it's important that we raid Indigenous peoples and other minority groups more often than just their Pride months. But like I said, this is a good start, right? So Lev gets lots of love to Alina, who is going to be playing Xenoblade Chronicles. I almost typed the raid message in their chat. Oh my god. How embarrassing would that have been? All right. You guys use whatever raid messages you guys want. Whatever you guys want. Just send some love over to them, okay? If you guys aren't already, make sure you guys are following all my socials. Nah, don't FM. We brought my mom over, but remember the Indigenous people are here and still alive. Okay, you know what? Well, yeah. But, you know, it's Wait, what's Christopher Columbus Day? Is Indigenous Peoples Day, right? Fuck Christopher Columbus, you know what I'm saying? I do have a new YouTube video we just uploaded today, so make sure you guys watch that. It's Five Nights at Freddy's. There's a lot of us, which I'm really glad that we're doing it. Because we just share the love. Hi, Rune Dragon. Bye, Rune Dragon. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I don't know what time I'll be streaming. We'll see. Whatever my my sleep schedule lets me do. But yeah, congrats to all the giveaway winners. Spades, don't forget about the thing I DM'd you. Oh, yeah. I love you. I love you guys all so much. Remember, if you guys could be anything, be kind. Send lots of love. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, bye. Bye-bye. Have a good night, guys. But I broke a nail. Shit. Maybe I have to go this way.